2 for our spring heifer class. These are animals born March 1st until May 31st, 2026. This class is sponsored by Farm Credit Canada, our best friend and owned by EastGen, Orange Ribbons donated by Heifers, and sponsors TV Canada and Trust. I'm also really happy to welcome EastGen talent as part of our competition today.
Yes.
Program,
Good. Yeah, no, that's better.
Are identified with an EG after the name in the Secretary
No, because
so
when
we'll
we
be
get
able
into
to identify our participants in the EastGen Challenge, as well as any of our 4-H participants. We will be asking each of our EastGen participants and 4-H participants to step forward at the end of each of our heats. For our first heat, it is the odd numbers in each of the class in your catalog. We'll have 2 heats and then the 5 for this class.
Well, we're back, folks, with the live stream commentary on the Ontario Summer Show Holstein classes. These are the heifers that will be judged today, and we've got these spring heifers in the ring. Our resident expert today is the illustrious Dan Donor from this area. And Dan will be providing you with all kinds of information while I see if I can learn how to do the movement of the camera properly. My name is Russell Gammon from Fergus, Ontario, and it's a pleasure to serve you today by describing what we're seeing in the ring. So with no further ado, we'll start working this out. And I believe our announcer, Carolyn, had said that we're doing with the odd numbers here. Yeah. So 1, 3, 5, and so on. And simply because of the size of these classes, I think we're anticipating around 40 or more in this class. See how many pages we go through here. Yeah, about 40 that were entered here in this class initially, and these are the March and later heifers. So now for the words that I've been longing to say. Take it away, Dan.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here today. We're going to have a great show. I've been through the barns, and the animals out there are just tremendous. And because of the weather we've had here this year, it's quite different than what we normally are experiencing here. So the animals are comfortable. They're going to be presented well. We're excited to see them all come in. There's a lot of different 4-H'ers here too this year because of the Gen Corps. So Adam and Graham will have their work cut out for them today. We'll try as they get on the screen to identify some of the animals for you when we get in the rhythm of things here. And I think we're going to have about 20 of them come in here in the first heat, and we'll try and give you a little information of what they are.
We continually say that as much as we realize why the harnesses are here, we would love to have some hat bands on these people as well. Deck them out with hat bands as well. It just allows us to make sure we're picking out numbers. Now, I know Pierre Boulay has got 25. She's the heifer and we can get her back on the screen here. She's a black heifer that is just in front of that Victoria something or other sign, and she's a Clark Valley and Petitclerc owned animal. She's a Golden Oaks Master, a bull we'll be mentioning with great regularity, I'm sure, today. So I'm sorry. Yes, she is. Or, no, sorry, she's the Cobequid heifer by Crown Royal. There's 2 that are owned the same way there. So that black one Pierre has is the Crown Royal bred by Cobequid in Nova Scotia. And then Behind her, we could at 27. Storybrooke Holsteins up in Owen Sound. Sidekick, 4-H calf. Then 29, another Golden Oaks Master. Oh, shown by a Wary.
That's this is a heifer that Dan Weary bred in Little Britain, and I think she's being shown by Anna Weary.
Exactly. 31 should be the next
I
one.
think she's a red heifer. She's a warrior heifer that Claire Crest have bred from Campbellford.
Definitely the Nonadale heifer she's the heifer kind of on the second from the right on your screen.
Right behind the red heifer, and Nadia is leading her. And it looks to me like she has a change of ownership. She's now owned by Brian Enright and Mount Elgin Dairy Farms.
Who's your sire, Dan?
Her sire is Hemming Salute.
Yes, a bull that we're hearing a lot about these days. He's got a phenomenal classification profile on his first crop of daughters. 35, the next one.
35
Yes,
is
with
a
Mackenzie Howard.
heifer that Jamie Howard and family own. Mackenzie's actually on the halter, and she is a Lambda daughter.
I'm pleased to introduce our judge for today's Holstein show and at the Ontario Summer Show. Adam Hodgins comes from Kincardine, Ontario, and he operates Hodgins Holsteins along with his wife Jess and 5 children. Hodgins Holsteins is a herd of 65 cows with a focus on type and productive cows, with a focus on marketing top industry cow families. Hodgins has been home to many All-Canadian and All-American nominees. Adam was the associate judge of the Red and White Holstein Show at the World Dairy Expo in 2011 and 2024. In 2025, Adam judged the Vancouver Island Show, the Halifax Summer Show, and the International Red and White Show at the World Dairy Expo. More recently, in 2026, he served as the judge of the Red and White Holsteins, Jerseys, and Ayrshires at the Borderway UK Dairy Expo UK, and was the associate judge of the New York Spring Holstein Show. Let's give a warm welcome to our judge, Adam Hodgins. For those of you in the ring, Adam is wearing the white shirt with the blue tie and the blue pants. He's in the middle of the ring at this time. He is your official judge. We also are pleased to welcome an associate judge today. Our associate judge is Graham Kirby, a farmer's son that hails from Preston, Lancashire in the UK. He works for Scenics UK and also has his own herd under the Absolute Genetics prefix, along with wife Jeanette and daughter Natasha. He also reads pedigrees at leading sales in the United Kingdom, is involved in the annual Black and White sale in December. He owns several cows in Canada, is currently co-owner of Hodgins Altitude Madison. Congratulations and welcome Graham Kirby as our associate judge at the Ontario Summer Show and East Gen Challenge.
Okay, let's see. I think we've got. I think that's 11. That is the black heifer on your screen on the right, Dan. Should be.
That's 11.
Yep.
By Justin.
Oh, she's a Kumstar La Magic heifer. And number 13 is owned by Billy Gibson and Radomir Holsteins in Simcoe County. She being Lambda bred by Kingsway.
Yep.
15 coming on your screen. It would be Del Creek bred one, Del Creek Poker Chip, an eye candy daughter. Jonathan always has creative prefix and names.
Okay, this is a heat, so we're getting
some pulled in.
Chelsea Stevens is out there with. She's got an Asia heifer. She's a believed daughter. She's polled. And they're owned with London Dairy. Third one, Erica Enright. I think that's number 3. She's a major. Then Pierre's got the Cobequid heifer, who is 25, I think. So is it possible, Dan, that these are just being pulled in
Randomly.
like we do with the 4-H shows?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Adam doesn't have the time to try and tip his hand on what he's going to pick later on, but as we can see, he has a pattern.
Oh, he absolutely does, doesn't he? The more you look down that lineup, and my goodness.
Some of the animals in this class have had their workout. Yesterday, they were being presented in 4-H and also the judging school that was held here yesterday. So,
Who were the officials in that yesterday?
we do not know. The reason I say that, Russell, is in Ontario now we have developed a system where the placings are computer generated.
Okay.
And so instead of all of the judges knowing who the officials are and trying to judge through their eyes, we randomly pick 6 to 7 judges that their scores will be imputed into the computer, and then they have a generic computer printout for the placing. Whoever is the discussion chairman of the day has the power to override that if it doesn't look right. But all the time I've been working with that over the last 7 or 8 years, I've only ever seen maybe 2 or 3 or 4 different times where the
speaker
would change what's there. And not only gives you the placings, it gives you the cuts. That's where you have to do maybe a little bit more massaging of the placings is in the cuts. But what that does, it when the people don't know who the panel members are, and they might be part of the panel process, the actual discussion is more direct to the real discussion. It's not why you would pick that. It's not a character discussion. It's more of it. So
very smart. So there's the. I assume some member of these are going to come back for a final. Show you. The judges are consulting over here. And they're big on the hand over the mouth technique, which some people don't use as well. You know, and the lip readers be damned. So of course now they have to consult with Doug and tell him which ones are.
Where the cut line is.
Yeah. It would be kind of amusing if it turned out to be a really good heat and then another heat that was.
Well, that's the danger.
Yeah.
That's the danger that you always run into with heat.
Okay, so I think we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe.
I'm just going to ask our East Gen and 4-H competitors to take a step forward. East Gen and 4-H competitors to take a step forward, please.
It kind of looked like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 10. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is. I don't know if it's like Tetris or playing chess or what it is. Okay, those ones.
So it'll be 10 or 11.
Yeah, yeah. So, folks, we've. Sorry. It can vary. I think he's got 11. I think he's got 11 this one, because you can. There might be 5, but I've assumed he'll kind of keep. There's 40 overall, so maybe 10 or so for each heat. We're over 100 already. That is pretty darn great. I think we would have times at the Royal Dan when we might have 300 or 400 at a time.
Right.
Yeah. You know, your cumulative total is much different than that, but oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So what we've had here, folks, is the evaluation of the first heat is complete. And now there's a second heat coming into the ring, and these will be the even numbered animals. Yep. So we could have, is that a wary that is here first?
Those of you marking your program,
No.
the following
Yep.
animals make the cut. Ring number 1, ring number 3. For East Gen only, ring number 5, ring number 7.
The first animal in the ring is a number 2, and she is an eye candy from Lodomead. And Leo Wary's 4-H project.
Ring number 15, ring number 17, over the page, 23, 25, 33, 35.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
The-
Number 4, I think, is
is a Kingsway and Veltois co-owned animal, and she is a master.
chance she could be from
Entering
that.
the ring at this time, we have our second heat of Class 1 Spring Heifer. These are animals born March 1st, 2026 to May 31st, 2026. This is the second heat of 2. It will be followed by the final.
The third animal in the ring is number 6, and it's an Amberdale bred heifer. It's a Kingsway Venmo.
She's the white heifer, isn't she?
She's-
that Adam
she's-
just walked in front of.
Yeah.
Yep. And then
Number 8 is another Jamie Howard and family exhibit. She being a drop box.
oh, she's an Epiphany actually. Dropbox Epiphany. He's an AG3 bull.
Okay. Number 10 that Adam is going to look at now is a Lambda heifer owned by Kingsway and Larissa Walker. And her mother was junior champion at Madison one year.
Oh, that Vibe, or one of those heifers in that line.
Yeah.
Caught Vibe and
Yep.
all those. They have made such great use of Lambda in that Kingsway program, haven't they?
Mhm.
Phenomenal, the number of males and females there. Is 12 the heifer, one behind the white one that's just behind Graham there right now?
Yeah, this is a heifer that's co-owned by Joel Phoenix and Weirhurst Holsteins, and she is a major daughter.
The Seamers prefix.
Yeah.
Nice heifer.
That's Joel's daughter, Jordan, leading her.
And is this 14 then the black heifer? Yeah, because 16 is a red heifer, isn't she? Yeah.
So 14 is owned by Matt Linvet and Rhonda Shore and B. Veneman and Velo Scheme. She is a master daughter also.
She's the black heifer on the right of the screen, and then there's a red heifer from Willow Creek. Well, I guess
I'd
the
say that
Osborns can have some involvement here
yes,
today.
they can.
Seamer Stars.
She's
daughter.
a Seamer Stars and a beautiful heifer too.
Yeah. Hey, great. Are you okay?
How you doing?
That's what we're really concerned about. No, yeah. Why is that? Because you're important to us.
Oh, I thought something was wrong.
I think
18.
the next heifer is owned by Keaton Phoenix and McCallum Farms, and Keegan McCallum is leading this particular animal, and I think she is a major also.
It's McWattie's prefix. Eastern Ontario rep.
And 20 is a red heifer,
Yep.
and she's owned by Fair Malik and Ponderosa Holsteins. And guess what? She's an altitude.
They must have really cornered the market on the semen from that bull. He has made a lot of animals for them.
The next animal in the screen is from High Point, and it's Addison Cox's 4-H calf, and she's a Progenus Robrook
Or Pop Rock.
or Rock. I need to get new glasses.
Too much fun. We'll allow Peter Leach to his animal back in condition there. She's right behind Adam at the moment.
She's another master heifer when Peter gets her moving along there.
Would she be Quebec bred with a Dame Star prefix? Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure she's from there.
Because she's owned with Petitclerc as well.
Yes.
Ooh, she's nice. Mercy, she's long-bodied,
Yeah.
long-rumped, isn't she?
Really nice.
And then Julie Anderson, owned by the Grandies.
And this is an A2P2 daughter.
So we know she has to be polled.
Yes.
Because all her sires' calves are polled.
And Ron Grandy owns her.
I see a phoenix coming. That'll be 28.
Next animal is Janelle Phoenix's 4-H calf that Keaton and Mitchell Anderson own. And she's a lambda.
She would be Quebec bred as well with that Aeroline prefix. Down there in the Belchas region.
Last night, Russell, Janelle was honorable mention
I noticed
show
that.
person.
Yeah. Well, they have a teaching program there, don't they, in that area, in that family. This would be 30. Be the heifer that is just coming under the breeder's edge sign.
She's a Parfect daughter, and she's owned by Beebrook Farms and Case and Holsteins and London Dairy.
And then we should have an Echo Glen, a heifer with more white on her. It's in the middle left of your screen.
Jeremy Hunter bred heifer, and she's also a master daughter.
They've had extraordinary success with that bull, haven't they?
Yeah.
Some astounding heifers. I see Avery Grissom is here.
So number 34 on the screen is Avery McGriskin's 4-H calf, and she is a sidekick daughter.
Did Avery win a showmanship class last night?
She did, I
Yeah.
think. Was she junior?
Yes, I would think that's.
Yes, I think she was pulled out in the middle also.
Yeah, I believe so. Frico Sons. I've been taught how to pronounce that. I used to call it Frisco Sons, but Connor Sigma corrected me, and I appreciated it. And
Brent's on the halter, and she's another major. We have majors and masters.
I think Dan Brady should be sponsoring this whole show, but anyway, I see Carson Phoenix. Oh, we've kind of slipped into. Has he got 38? He's got 37. Must
What's
have
he
missed
doing?
for some reason. Yeah, Carson, because that's a bullseye Phoenix home animal.
Number 37 is a bullseye.
Mm-hmm. And then we have Taylor Mathers, 38.
It's a Winwright bred animal, but owned by Harris Dairyland.
Oh, has there been a change?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it had been entered by the Enrights and Jockmet, but is now very good.
She's an alligator daughter.
Kind of cool. And then 40 is
So that's-
there also.
Is that Sawyer?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So 40 is another Lambda daughter, and Sawyer Putabo is on the halter.
Nice calf. And she'd be from that J family that they've had a lot, obviously, as with a name like Jetstream, I would assume. Yeah, the J's and H's there seem to be.
To be safe, we could say that it's from the Harriet family.
All things go back to Harriet. Yeah. Probably back into the Starlight era or somewhere like that. Or before Starlight.
But some incredible heifers in this heat.
Treat. Who we got for Farm Credit Canada being the sponsors?
that won the Royals milking winter yearling.
We're getting it live from Glen Barkey right here. Say that again.
The lambda calf is from the alligator that won the milking winter yearling class that we own in partnership with Kingsway.
Breaking news. So we've got Farm Credit Canada as being the lead sponsor here. EastGen for the best bred and owned. And 4-H ribbons are donated by Ringside Ribbons. And the ribbon sponsor is TD Canada Trust. All kinds of sponsors. My goodness. They are just lovely heifers, aren't they? Judges are consulting in the middle of the ring. They'll be okay. Easton Osborne getting a pull. Seemed like a very decisive pull as well. Given my Ayrshire roots, I always enjoy seeing red and white Holsteins. Kenda Nurse was telling me that it brings her back to her days of being working with the Ayrshires down in Quebec, and so she never minds having a bunch of red and whites around the farm. There's a family who's going through another generation of 4-H enthusiasts as well, with the girls. Lee and Mal's daughters are coming on strong. I think it's the only time I've ever met an Olympian was when I met Christy Nurse Cooper, I think her name is now, at a wedding on December 7th, 2019. Obviously made a great impact on me. It was near Kingston, Ontario. She's very gracious. Yeah. She wears one of the rings that Olympians wear. And actually, that whole thing of rowing, I read a book about what rowers go through to be successful in it. They're killing themselves. It is phenomenal, the training that they do. But anyway, a little off topic, but not completely. Rabbit trails. So, wow, look at that. We're going to just make sure we get Easton in there. And there's the, I guess, the top end of this heat. And Mercy, or Have Mercy. The heifers are actually quite consistently sized as well. You know, they've got, and again, length of body, spring of rib, you know, all those things that we were talking about with Richard's jersey selections this morning.
Not to go down any more rabbit holes,
But we're going to.
but if we talk about consistency of the line, let's look at the sires. There's consistency in a lot of the same sires in this group, whether it be major or master. Some eye candies, but
Yes.
consistently those are the bulls that are siring, the ones that are at the top.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Just to remind you to everyone watching the show, we do have ice cream for sale by our Course of Lakes 4-H Dairy Club. So please go to the north end of the building. That's the far end of the ring away from the announcing stable, and support the local 4-Hers with their ice cream purchase.
A lot of consultation going on here, Dan. I suppose they want to make sure that they don't miss somebody down the line who should be making the cut. Oh, I guess maybe. Mm-hmm.
If I could ask all the East Gen and 4-H are showing their own path, if they could step forward. You're showing your 4-H path or your East Gen, please step forward.
I think what they're asking from this gen is if once you get application, they're giving them a score. Like getting
Can you put that on paper, Lindsay, so we can hold it up in front of the camera? It's about the same number. The December heifers are the same number as this class, give or take one. And
so the December heifers, there are
about 40. Starts at 41 and ends at 83,
85.
Slightly more.
Set up, and then there's 86 too.
Very consistent. You'd almost think somebody planned it.
Okay, for those of you marking your program, those who made the cut in our second heat, we have ring number 4, ring number 6, ring number 8, ring number 12, ring number 16. We also have for East Gen only, ring number 10. Over the page, ring number 24, 26, 28, 34, 36, and 38. We also have one additional East Gen only, and that's ring number 14. In the ring at this time is our final for Class 1 Spring Heifer. This is sponsored by Farm Credit Canada, best bred and owned from East Gen, and Orange Ribbons donated by Ringside Ribbons. Ribbon sponsors TD Canada Charitable Trust.
I was going to say this could be quite a fast situation, but we've got two groups of heifers here, don't we, that need to be compared to each other now. Yeah. So what you're seeing here, folks, is the final in this junior heifer class, spring heifer class. There's approximately 20 heifers in this class. There would have been 10 to 12 from each of the two heats. And now they've been brought together, these finalists, for a definitive final placing of the spring heifers. We have one, two, three, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17. Did you ever hear, Dan, of a time, and I think it was in the States somewhere, where there was some massive classes and the judge had I wouldn't call it a nervous breakdown, but just decided to leave because it was so, they were so close together. They were so, like, splitting hairs, or even closer than that. Somewhere in my mind, I have this memory of somebody talking about that they had to go find somebody to step into the breach. Yeah. On the other hand, and we'll switch to the goat industry here. I was at the U.S. Nationals in Columbus, Ohio once, and they had a 2-year-old class of around 50 2-year-old alpine does. And there was one that was, they were all good goats, but there was one that was exceptional. And the judge eventually just put her in the center of the ring. And he said in his reasons afterwards, she was and it was working with an associate, and he said she was distracting us too much, and we had to get her out of here and then go look for the second place animal. And it was like a moment of great honesty. And you could hear from the crowd around the ring that they understood exactly. This goat was she ended up being reserve grand champion of a massive show as a 2-year-old. But the judge said, we'll just park her. Interesting, eh? Yeah. And did it in a really nice professional way, He kind of said what everybody else was thinking. Well, folks, seeing some of these heifers up close is quite a treat. Because where we're sitting, we're right at the edge of the ring, and let me tell you, there's some incredible heifers walking by us. Dan, is there a lot of difference when you're judging? My ancient legs are going to get me to sit down here, I think. Is there a lot of difference between your impressions of an animal from a distance in the ring? And I remember Lowell Lindsay telling me once.
Following this class, we will hold an Eastchen class for the participants from Eastchen for their spring heifer class. So immediately following this final, we will have the Eastchen final for the spring heifer.
So there's something about first impressions, and Lowell said you stand somewhere quite a distance from the animals, you let them come into the ring, you let your eye sort through them that way, and remembering the first impressions thing, which I know I was taught in 4-H, your gut reaction is sometimes pretty good. But is there a major difference in animals sometimes when you get close to them as well? You start off and you're a fair distance, you really like the animal, but then you go in and start analyzing in a more detailed way. And you're going to say next question.
We'll try to work our way through this, Russell. Always the first impression gives you an idea of the animals that you're attracted to. But when you get into the middle of the ring, you're going to notice little things about them that would probably differentiate the way that they handle their legs and feet from the rear view, the way or how much chest they have. You can't always determine that from a longer view. What you're going to determine from a longer view is the side profile of that animal and how they move and their fluent motion of walking. So it's a great start, because that first impression, when you really go back and analyze the show, usually those are the animals that you end up with. It's not very often that you'll find something that really decides those animals going down. So yeah, the first impression is huge, I would say. But more so now, I think it used to be different, but now the judges are spending more time on legs and feet and mobility. So they can see the set of the animal from a far away, but they can't see whether they're walking straight. They can't determine the chest, or sometimes you can't determine whether the front legs are toed out, or those kind of different things that would go into making a legs and feet placing, if that makes sense.
It does. So we've got a few animals that have been pulled in early. 3 is the major daughter from Winwright Major Erica, most appropriately named. The Cobequid heifer that Pierre Boulay is on the halter of, she's 25. She's Cobequid Crown Royal Bronx. The red heifer that Easton Osborne is showing for Willow Creek Genetics. She's Seymour Stars. And Julie Anderson has 26, which is the A2P2 daughter bred by the Grandies. So there's at least the first 4 at the moment.
Sidebar profile, 2 of the top 4 were at the judging school yesterday.
Well, you've retained great memories of those animals. Which 2?
The one Pierre has, the one Julie.
Now, another perhaps innocuous question, but it does relate to judging. Does it make much difference if you get animals that get a ton of white on them as opposed to a ton of black on them? And I think about those black, shiny, silky animals. Not to say that I'm trying to lead you in an answer.
Just like to let everyone know.
I would say with the evolution of what we're looking for in animals, I can remember 20 years ago when all the winners were white and they were Boulay Charles.
Yes.
And those were the ones that stuck out, and it was mainly because of the way that they were prepared, and they were able to be clipped appropriately to show the angularity. But when Goldwood came along, the quality of the animals, the dairiness, the dairy strength of them, and guess what? They were all black. So that was where things changed in the Holstein end of it. Like, your eyes are naturally attracted, I would say right now, to a black animal. You have to concentrate a little bit more with a whiter one and she might be just as good or even better, but it's the black animals that look dairy. And when we're placing those animals now with the emphasis on dairy strength, your eyes gravitate to that.
I was thinking about cows like that Hermione, I think I'm saying that properly, the black cow that Altona Lee bred that Mr. Ferris had owned. And, and when they get them shined up and they're just thin enough, that you can really see the rib structure and, you can appreciate that. A tremendous capacity cow as well. And that alongside cow, the power up cow, fairly black cow as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just, Whereas, interestingly enough, at Madison, that the Love Hill cow is more of a mixture. You know, she's got quite a bit of white and black. The Ayrshire breed has undergone that as well. There used to be a lot of white Ayrshires, and now there's a lot of red ones with the Swedish red influence. It's changed that population quite dramatically.
I can remember when Hermione was a 4-H calf for
Yes.
Cooper. She was a beautiful, beautiful heifer, but she was a January heifer, so her size, sometimes depending on the judge, her placing was relative to her size, which
Yes.
shouldn't always be the case. But she was such a good individual back then, but a January heifer.
Interesting, eh? Yeah. Giving up at least a month to some of the other heifers in the class. If she was born later in January, it could be a month and a half or, yeah. Wow. What a glorious bunch of heifers. Kudos to Easton Osborne to be a younger exhibitor in that field of experienced pros who are, I always find, I think that's delightful sometimes, even because he's not an older 4-H member by
No.
any means. He might be in an intermediate category now. So we'll get these, we'll give you a look at these heifers as they come around here. And you have to appreciate somebody like Doug and Adam and Graham getting these animals organized so there is that space there where the leaders can swing around. Yeah, so that master calf has stayed there, and then the Crown Royal calf in second. There's times when you can get to be a bit of a homer and really like a heifer from Nova Scotia as well. And you know, when you think about the Dickey family, which kind of morphed into the Ewell family, the success they've had over the years has been pretty amazing. And there are the top enders. Oh, I see there's been a slight change. That bullseye heifer has moved up there. The Valeskine heifer with a entourage of owners. Yeah.
She wasn't in the second and fifth were, and there were 1, 2.
Yep.
And then the winning jersey.
Yes.
Third.
Oh, third. Okay. Yep. That would all make sense. Gosh.
If our 4-H participants could please step forward. Our 4-H participants, please step forward in the line. Maybe a couple more steps so we can tell who you are. Thank you.
The announcer today is Carolyn Barkey Peterborough. Has a really good voice for doing this. A lot of
If you are
influence.
showing your 4-H cap, please take a few steps forward.
That's well said. A lot of influence from the Barkey family here because on the Jersey side, all those sergeants are half Barkey. And Donna Barkey tells me the roses were really good this year. And she's got some of them trimmed back, but she's going to call somebody in to help her finish off the job anyway. She's an amazing lady. So folks, this is the top end we're showing you here right now of this final of the spring heifer class, and I think we have a judge who looks like he's going for a microphone.
One was 21st.
Well, it was not great content anyway, so
Our funds winner,
that's what we're saying.
Win rate Major Erica. Ring number 4 was 9th. Ring number 6 was 18th.
I was going to try to call them winter heifers anyway, so
Ring number 8 was 10th. Ring number 9 was 15th. Ring number 12 was 19th. Ring number 15 was 17th. Ring number 16 was 3rd, first red and white. Ring number 17 was 8th. Ring number 23 was 4th. Ring number 24 was 12th. Ring number 25 was 2nd. Crown Royal Bronx, owned by Clark Valley Holsteins of Here Relay. Ring number 26 was 5th. Ring number 28 was 11.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Yep.
what we're gonna go.
Ring number 33 was 16.
See, we can start them correct right off the bat rather than me trying
Ring
to
number 35.
turn them into
was
December
5th, and our
heifers.
first 4-H. Ring number 36 was 20th, and ring number 38 was 14th. In the ring at this time, we have our East Gen Challenge final for our spring heifers. We have 6 competitors in this class.
So, folks, you've just heard what we're looking at in this class. East Gen Challenge animals, the top 6 East Gen Challenge animals in the spring heifer class. They're circling the ring, and our judge is working very efficiently. So as we noted, the East Gen Challenge had been postponed last week because of the weather conditions here with the smoke and poor air quality from the raging forest fires in northern Ontario.
Our second 4-H in that class was ring number 17. Chelsea Stevens was our second 4-H in the open class.
So I think we're going to get some reasons on this now, the East Gen animals within the open show today.
Well, for the East Gen portion of the junior calf class, these calf noise look a little different. They come back numerous times, but I think calf wins quite handily. And calf runs all over this, lots of width and balance all the way through. She moves extremely well. She uses that width, depth of forearm, carries her tail head just a little nicer than the long frame calf coming out in second. Calf in second, just a little longer frame calf, a little cleaner all the way through. Calf in third. Calf just a little more comfortable through her top today. She carries her top a little nicer, keeps her tail head tucked down just a little nicer today. Congratulations.
Just some tabulations going on now, and we'll have the announcement on that in just a second.
Congratulations to our participants in East Gen. Placing first, we have ring number 28, shown by Janelle Phoenix, Airline Landa Elsie. In second place, we have ring number 13, Kingsway Landa Vogue, exhibited by Samantha Spring. In third place, we have ring number 14, Battle Scheme Master Blossom, shown by Avery Goldberg. In fifth place, we have ring number 10, Kingsway Lambda Ballad, shown by Larissa Walker. And in sixth place, we have ring number 5, Quality Direct Amanda, shown by Rachel Lang. So congratulations to all of our participants in the East Gen Challenge.
Yep.
The first animal in the ring is number 41, shown by Jalen Phoenix. She's a Triton daughter, bred by Michelet Holsteins in Quebec.
quite a ownership there. Mitch Anderson, Keaton Phoenix, and Ava Hebgen.
The next animal in the ring is 43, Radimir Bullseye Jaden. She's a eye candy or a bullseye daughter.
1, 2, 3.
45.
Yep.
45, following along, is a Blondin machine. She's shown by Peyton Michelle Barton. 47.
Yep.
47 is another major daughter owned by Bremont and Veloskeen. And she's shown by Desiree Dracup. Number 49 coming in is owned by Justin Alexa, and she's another master daughter. The next one following along is Paige Weary's heifer. She's a Jacobs British, owned by Lodamead Farms and Weirhurst Farms. The next animal coming in on the screen is an autumnally bred animal shown by Melinda Corden, and she's a progenist.
This time we have Class 2 Winter Heifer. These
And
animals were on December 1st,
height
2025 to February 28th, 2026. This class is sponsored by York Region Holstein Club and Equipment Ontario. Best run and owned by EastGen, and 4-inch ribbons are donated by Ringside Ribbons and TD Canada Trust.
I think, 53. Have you introduced?
Yeah, I've done that one.
Okay.
55 is a Harvdale bred animal, and Anika Morletti 4-H project, and she's a Jerry Lewis. The white heifer coming onto your screen is owned by Joel Phoenix, Wendon Holsteins, and Weirhurst Holsteins, shown by Jacob Phoenix, and she's an Avenger daughter that Kingsway bred. And the one following behind that is a Lambda daughter from Lewis Land and Stock, shown by Clara Elchuk.
You want to go back?
You sure?
Yeah, Joel's heifer. There was no 60, so it went to 59.61.
Joel Phoenix is leading the heifer that he owns with Red Carpet and Unique Holsteins. Red Carpet Solo Dancer, a Walnut Lawn Solomon.
Yes. Interesting to see a heifer by Solomon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice red heifer.
Red heifer owned by the Alderdice boys. She's another Altitude daughter, and I believe she might be out of her mother might have been nominated one time.
Yeah,
I
and
think.
maybe did really well at the Classic.
Yes.
Yeah. is a red heifer. Possibly the last year that Nolan was showing it.
Yeah.
Okay, should be 65. Yes, 65. Is that
The heifer,
white heifer
Yeah.
behind the red?
the heifer following the red one is Airway from Airway Farms, and she is a sidekick daughter.
They had a really nice cow at Autumn Opportunity last year, didn't they? I think she was champion, as I recall.
Yeah, I think she changed hands a few times.
Yes. Maybe even the judge. The judge there last year.
With Blair.
Yeah.
Yep. 68's another one that's owned by Keaton Phoenix and McCallum Farms.
Yeah, but I think you've got 67 there.
Oh, we're at 67? Okay. We'll wait
We've
for
got some-
68 to the next
yeah,
class.
Sorry. Yeah.
67 is Mike and Jess Phoenix. And I think that's Lane's 4-H calf. And she is a Drew Home Lehigh.
Another polled heifer then. 69.
The heifer that Brianne Brown's showing is another master.
She's got kind of a famous mother in Holland.
Mm-hmm.
She's got the Bonds prefix as well. Out of that Coba cow that Brown's own had.
Yes. The next animal is another master. From Brandelier Farms. And she's shown by Mary Browder. The white heifer coming on the screen, shown by Cheyenne McGriskin, is an eye candy daughter from Dandyland and Roseview Holsteins.
Lickety split.
The heifer that's coming onto the screen now, Jason Millen is shown. And she is another Ventura Frey Apollo. The next heifer coming in on the street is owned by Jamie Howard and Howard View Holsteins. And we have a bullseye daughter. The next animal coming on to the screen is owned by Veltois Farms, and she's a Lambda daughter. Number 81 is owned by Arway Farms, and she's a major daughter. And when number 83 comes in, she's shown by Emily Grillich,
We're close.
and she's an action man. And then
85.
85 is one owned by Joel Phoenix. And we're looking at a Genosource Champagne.
Interesting last name on that young man exhibiting her, a Woodrow.
Yes.
That reminds me of Bondhaven Farms. We're somewhere there.
Well, it's actually Joel's nephew.
How is it?
Yes.
I wonder if there's any connection.
Maybe brother and sister.
No,
This-
I was thinking
oh.
of that gentleman who used to be at Bondhaven Farms. It was an Earl Woodrow.
Yeah. But they're not connected.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I do know the family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some friends who knew the Woodrows, the senior Woodrows, really well. Who live up in that area.
His mother is Jenna Phoenix Woodrow.
So that is heat number
1
of this.
of our December
December
heifer,
calves.
intermediate heifer calves.
At some point, we're going to get Amanda Stokes, the new CEO at EastGen, come and have a chat with us. Which it's great she's here. But we've got some big heifer classes, so there's no panic. She was here a while ago. Claire Swale wasn't so fascinated with that baby. We could have her over here to talk about judging
Yeah.
showmanship last night.
Yeah.
Lather. So we have a really nice ringside here, folks, for this class. We don't want to interrupt your baby time, but you know. So a lot of consultation going on between the judges, and they will pick a certain number of animals. I think it runs around 10, Dan, it seems. Yeah, yeah. And there's going to be some pulls made now, and we believe randomly. Yeah, Pageberry. Pardon? Oh, yeah. They, yes, yeah, I noticed that. So what you're seeing right now is the selection of a group of heifers who will come back for competition in the finals for the December heifer class, winter heifers. I guess if we use a variety of terminology, our American friends will understand us, and the Canadians, intermediates. Yeah. Let's just say they're born between December 1st and the end of February. And lots of wow factor in this group as well. Another amazing group of heifers. And again, consistent in their cut, their form. We continue to have a gorgeous day here. There's blue skies, a few clouds. Still a pretty nice temperature. It's getting a little warmer. There.
I'm really pleased to be able to introduce the general manager of the Lindsay exhibition, our fairgrounds here today, Jeff Hodgins. He's going to say a few words. Let's give a warm welcome to Jeff.
Thank you everyone for coming out. We ordered this nice weather for you and scrubbed the air nicely so it's not as foggy as it was on the weekend. I just want to welcome everyone. It's a great show. You filled all our barns. I would love to see that and just welcome you back to the fair this September. Thank you all for coming.
A big thank you for having us. I know the summer show, it's been in at the fairgrounds for a lot of years since the fairgrounds has moved to this location. They've been great partners for the summer show and made it one of the best shows in Ontario. So thank you for having us.
136 watchers at the moment on this aspect of
If I could
coverage.
ask any of the 4-H participants, if you're leaving your own 4-H animal or an East Gen, please take 2 steps forward. Any 4-H participants or East Gen participants, please take 2 steps forward.
So right now we're just finalizing this heat, and obviously some decisions to be made. The second heat is being invited into the ring. The evens, I guess.
The following, for those of you marking your program, the following animals have been asked to return for the final. Ring number 41, 45, 47, 49, 51, 57, 61, 71, 73, 75, 79, and 85.
Well, the first animal in the ring is owned by High Point Farms and shown by 4-H'er Wyatt Laird. Marl Raker's direct Kylie, and she's a blonde and direct daughter. 44 is Hickory Acres Farms, bred and owned, and she is a 4-H for Mackenzie Abrams, and she is a Hickory Acres Jekyll. The next one in the ring is 46, owned by Frank Haven, and she is an eye candy from Dappleview Holsteins that have bred her, but owned by Frank Haven Holsteins. 48 is owned by uh, 48 is Altona Lee bred and owned with Cameron Barkey, and Katie Cripps is the leads person, 4-H member, and she's a Blondin legend. Number 50 also coming in is owned by Glendara Farms and Prospect Holsteins, and she's a master daughter. 52, she's owned by Braemont Holsteins and Veloskeen Holsteins, and she is a Benson daughter. Benson being a walnut bred bull.
You may be missing. Oh, there is no 60.
Number 40 or 54 when she gets in the ring is Brandera Lee, owns this animal, and Leah Hamilton is showing, and she's a master daughter. The next animal coming in is 56, and she is co-bred and owned by Frickeson's Holsteins and Silkmandale Holsteins. Frickeson's Salute Larina. She's a Hamming Salute daughter. '58 is co-bred and owned by Lodemead Farms and Weirhurst Farms. She's Claire Weary's 4-H calf, and she's a Lambda daughter. No 60?
No 60 and 62.
Number 62 is next, and this particular animal comes from New York, and Isaac Foltz is showing her, and she's another major. Following right behind that one is number 64. She's from Maple View Farms. Hannah Johnson is showing her as her 4-H calf, and she's a crushable. The next animal is 86 or 66, and she is a sidekick and owned by Airway Farms. The next animal is number 68, owned by Keaton Phoenix and McCallum Farms, and Scarlett McCallum's 4-H calf, and she is an action man. Mm-hmm. Number 70, we have a heifer bred by Malik and Ponderosa, and it's Alexis Strabo's 4-H calf, and she's a ringtone.
Not an altitude.
Not an altitude,
Maybe her
but
mother, her dam is.
but red.
Yes.
Number 72 is owned by Jamar Farm, Loda Mead, and Matt Forstall. And we have another action man here. Number 74 is a master and owned by Bremont Farm and Veloskeen Holsteins. Number 76 is owned by Maple Keys Farms in Elmer, and she's a Robella Major. Number 78 is owned by Beckridge Holsteins and is another master.
Another PEI bred animal.
As you're following along, you'll get the notation from the Eastern Seaboard Animals.
When I know the prefix.
Yeah. Number 80 is a Veltois owned animal, and it's a Lambda daughter. Number 82 is owned by Woodhill Holsteins, and it's Charlotte Woodhouse's 4-H calf, and she's another Lambda. And then the last one of the group is number 84, owned by Lisa Land Holsteins. It's Kelsey Cox's 4-H calf, and she is by OCD Connor. But a beautiful group of heifers on the second heat for our intermediate heifer class.
Is Claire still babying? No, she's not at the moment. We could. Okay. Well, we've got a pleasant moment here. We're going to be speaking to Amanda Stokes, who is the newer, well, pretty new, April manager at EastGen. Amanda, could you tell us about your background? I think we'll be chronological or do things in order.
Sure. I went to business school, so I had both my bachelor's and master's in business. And I actually started my career working at Target Canada. So I opened and closed this store that was here in Lindsay. And that's how I got my start. Moved from there into Starbucks in operations. And then I joined Syngenta, and I worked there for about 8 years. So
From Guelph? Or which
I was based in Guelph,
Yeah.
supporting the Canadian business coast to coast. And so once I left there, I joined EastGen in human resources, and the rest was history.
Wow, what a great resume already to get started. What have you found that you like the best about the new position?
Now, I guess it's going to be biased. I mean, our team, and I've had the luxury of working with them for the last 2.5 years, but we have such an exceptional group of people at EastGen and our board as well, and just feel so grateful every day to work for farmers and contribute to Canadian agriculture.
That is, I love that sense. We should be, I hope we capture that and take that enthusiasm forward. And where do you see EastGen going then? What are the things you're working on right now?
So right now it's, making sure we've got the bull lineup that people need, and giving that feedback through CMEX and our partners. And of course, our member owners have a voice at that. And I think just, trying to make sure we're preparing for where the market's going. This protein thing's crazy right now. And so we're trying to react to that. And I think we've got a good lineup to do so. But yeah, staying where the market's going, and making sure that we're listening to our member owners.
Oh, lovely. Now, you folks have been very, very good about supporting youth work and have gone through a rather busy season already in the month of July with the Maritime event, the Woodstock event, the Spencerville event, and the transition on the Markham event as well. Congratulations on handling that whole Markham situation so well, because that was a fast pivot.
Yes, thank you. It was tough decision to make with the smoke in the air last week, and our team's just been eternally grateful for the committee here at the summer show and their hospitality for us. We were faced with either canceling the event or luckily able to adjust here, and our EastGen team's been fantastic, and Ontario Holstein and 4-H, everyone's really come together, and at the end of the day, it's all in support of the youth and making sure that they can get some credit for the hard work they've put into these heifers here.
Yeah, and all their anticipation they would have had for Markham, they can now exercise here in Lindsay. Dan, have you got any great questions? Okay. So how many employees would EastGen have, just to give a concept of the scope?
125 employees right now, so Ontario and then the Atlantic provinces. Recently this year, Nova Scotia joined the EastGen family, and so we're pleased to have them and take on those team members into our fold as well.
Isn't that something? Yeah, that's a serious business. And it goes beyond semen, doesn't it? I mean, you're into supplies.
Yes. Yeah. So we look at, how can we make the life of the farmer easier? So we've got quite a lineup of farm products that we offer as well. And our technician service. So they're out on the roads and driving up your laneways, and we want to make convenience a priority while we're out there already with the semen.
Well, and one thing that may be helpful for people as they try to understand the structure of the industry, EastGen is, of course, part of the CMEX family as well.
Yeah, so at EastGen, and a lot of people don't know how this all works. So we are owned at EastGen by farmers, and then EastGen owns a portion of CMEX. So we have a chance to really give that feedback and be involved in the product development of CMEX. So it's a great way for our Canadian producers to have a voice in that global business.
Absolutely. And in one sense, you're pretty close to the action in terms of where many of the CMEX bulls are housed, and also geographically very close to CMEX HQ as well.
We are right across the street, so we've got a great partnership with the team over there, and really enjoy working closely with them. So it's works out very well for us.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Amanda, and thanks for all the support you have for both the youth work and this overall event as well. It's the youth work an important part of it. And even if the East Gen Challenge had been held last week, your people would have been here supporting what goes on as well.
Absolutely. It's a big part of what we do. And we're just so happy to be out here and getting to meet with everyone today. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Yeah, great. You handle an interview really well.
A little sweatier than I was when we started.
And that was Amanda Stokes, the newer general manager at East Gen and based out of their Guelph office. We now, I guess, Dan, have selection on the second heat of this group. And a certain number will be coming back.
As is often the case when you get into older heifers, sometimes the pattern is a little bit different. Heifers are growing at different rates, so they look a little bit different all the way through, at this time of year. So, but you can still see what Adam likes. He likes a well-balanced animal with a good set of feet and legs, and it seems to be that's what he's focusing on all day today.
You know, when you have the opportunity to go to Hodgins and see the caliber of herd that is in that barn, Adam's not afraid to go out and buy cows either. He's on a pretty regular purchaser and seller of cows. Certainly genetic sales are an important part of their dairy operation as well. It kind of gives you the confidence that he'd be able to figure out these classes extremely well. And with Graham's involvement with genetics, particularly in the UK, but purchasing embryos, did you say something Graham had purchased at least 1,000?
Yeah, over 1,000 embryos in Canada. Graham has actually been coming over pre-mad cow, I would say. Every year he brings a tour, a group of breeders from the UK, and they make their focus on traveling in throughout Quebec and Ontario, visiting herds, and that's at those particular stops is where they can purchase the embryos, see the cow families that are working, the bulls that are working, and make their decisions. So, yeah, Graham's, as I think Carolyn said in his bio, is an integral part of the marketing, especially in December at the black and white sale that he hosts with Glenn Lucas. And
take 3 steps forward.
A lot of the animals that
You're showing your own 4-H animal.
are
Please take 3
marketed
steps
through that. Some of them have been through embryos from North America. So
Yes. Yeah, just a wonderful, wonderful choice to have as the associate here.
that's what happens when you come to Ontario for a little getaway holiday and your friend knows that you're here.
I think some of us have learned over the years it's best not to publicize your schedule because why didn't you visit me? Yeah, you know. And as we get going, so I bet he's having the time of his life, though. Yeah, it's a good way to spend a Thursday and a Friday.
The one thing everybody knows about Graham, especially in Europe, he's passionate about the industry and about the breed, about the animals and the pedigree. So Adam couldn't have chosen a more capable.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that heifer that Eric DePasquet has will not be at the bottom of the 20. That there's sometimes the safe bets, you know. So just some final thinking in this heat of animals before we get the leading group going here and then bring in the ones from the previous heat.
We were talking about red and white and joking about altitude, but Graham himself made a purchase at one of the Hodgins sales, one of his first sales, buying an altitude daughter of Maple.
Of Maple. Oh, 2.
Added entry for fall heifer.
Oh, here, Dan.
She gave me one.
Okay. And that is, 249.
294.
My dyslexia, I don't think I have it, but it shows up sometimes. Harris, Georgia. G-I-A. Jim.
The following animals are returning
I think
from
it's
the
a 4-H
second
heifer,
heat
but we
for
haven't
our
confirmed
final.
Okay.
And who
Ring
owns it?
number
Jim and Joel
46,
Felix.
ring number
Because it
50,
was a scratch, but now there's somebody here to
52.
show it. So I don't know who.
54,
Kids of all.
About Joel. What's her name?
62,
Wheel, Paris, Georgia.
64, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78,
Yeah, no, we weren't sure.
We're just
4-H
not
back.
sure if she's a 4-H cat.
Oh.
No.
and because we had enough East Gem participants in our
That's yours?
there will not be a separate final for East Gem.
I'm not stealing. I only
So
steal.
entering
I
the
only
ring
keep the
now,
good
we
ones
do
back.
have
I
our
only
final
steal the
of our
Ontario.
winter heifer class. This class is sponsored by York Region Holstein Club and Equipment Ontario.
Okay. So a final in this class. You will have seen all of these heifers before, either in the heat just completed or the first heat. Yeah,
That's
she's a,
Joel
a-
Felix,
yeah,
that's-
yeah, an avenger. Yeah. Are they usually that white?
You see her going like this.
Yeah, vicious. I had an experience like that with some when I used to classify dairy goats. Some bucks that really
How you doing, Brad? Good to see you. Doing a good job.
I'm doing something. And dairy goat bucks who hadn't get used too much, and we were getting to the time of year when they're kind of disgusting anyway with the glands and the smell of them. And they were brought out, and you thought to yourself, I need a hockey mask or something like this, because these bucks they were angry creatures, and they were the thrashing at you, and there's some other things they can do that aren't very pleasant either. And it was a fascinating experience. Again, a rabbit trail. You could go through the whole day and do 70 or 80 female goats, and you could walk into a restaurant at night. It was fine. $1. And you had to go to your room, put your clothes in a garbage bag, and get other clothes. And probably take a shower. So there are differences. So we've got some really, really nice heifers here for our judges to evaluate. You almost think sometimes, how can they get much better? And yet they do. Yeah. And where do you see the breed, the Holstein breed going, Dan? You know, we've talked about the bone quality, which has changed over the years. There's no question that udders have changed dramatically over the years as well. Feet and legs, an area of concern that a lot of emphasis was put on. Health traits, you know, improving health traits, improving fat and protein components. What's the next horizon? Once again, next question. Or horizons, maybe.
Well, I think that what we're noticing now is that we're building on everything that we have identified. And I think that that's important, to just keep building. To say that we're going to take one trait of a type of the animal and change it completely, I'm not sure that we're going to do that. The same thing with our, you know, we could change our emphasis on the composition of the milk, but that depends on market trend, and we're not smart enough to know where the market's going to go. So as far as what we're doing in the actual conformation and the bulls we're choosing, I think we're going to keep doing with the thorough placement, the legs and feet, the strength, especially through the front end. And I think that as we transition into our more loose housing, freestall barns, the legs and feet, to get the longevity of these animals, it's going to be very, very important. And then that, along with, like we talk about the strength, the reason that we want the width of chests and the openness of barrel, and that is for feed consumption, so that we can get enough feed in them to produce the high level of milk that we have. Like when I first started milking, the average milk production back in the 70s was probably around between 23 to 28 liters a day. Now we're between 40 and 50 liters a day. So that tells us over the last 30 years how much we've improved in the efficiency of our animals, and we're asking them a lot to do, but we're also putting them in housing that they can handle that stress. Like if you get a 2-year-old back in that day that was milking over 100 pounds a day, the stress level on that animal was pretty high on 2 times a day milking. But now with the advent of the robots, you get between 3.5 and 3.8 times a day. I mean, they look like they're only milking, 50 pounds a day. It's taking that stress off of the body, but they still have to consume the amount of feed to produce that. So maybe the width, chest, those things can be touched on, but it's kind of like we talked about in the Jersey breed, like it's made such a strong advancement in rump structure and set to the feet and legs, but that's the evolution that they have gone through. So I think that we're seeing that moving forward.
Oh, wow. It's like a dissertation. But well said. And yeah, you do get to a certain point where you want to hold on to the progress you've made and make sure that you retain all the good stuff. But I guess like any business, you've got to constantly be evaluating yourself and say, where could we be stronger? And what would be the results of that being stronger? What's the benefit package?
I think one of the things that they were talking about is feed efficiency, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that there's some validity in trying to identify the matings that work for feed efficiency. I mean, anytime that you can affect your bottom line through those kinds of scenarios is important for the farmer. So,
yeah. Oh, well, very important dollar-wise, and actually environmentally wise too, because we're using energy to make that feed. And therefore, if it's being used less efficiently, then, we're not being good to the environment either. Isn't it fascinating to see the changes in farming practices that have happened? Like, the robot thing is one example, and how much about I think about in this country, a fifth of the cows are now milked through robots. Provinces like Manitoba, it's half the cows are milked through robots. The use of sex semen, the use of beef semen, phenomenal changes that it seemed in the past it might take like that'd be a 10-year evolution or a 15-year evolution. Now it's like a 5-year evolution or less. Evolution, revolution, whatever the right word is. Oh, okay. I think that looks like Paige Wary. Thought they liked that heifer. Oh, we've got a couple up there already. Oh, Eric DePasquet of all people. Yeah. Did somebody mention that black heifer earlier?
Very, very wise man.
Well, she just kind of, and it gets a little bit into our conversation this morning about, so there's that group down there, kind of, which I hope you can see. Oh, I see young Mr. Phoenix is in the top group with the white heifer, the Avenger. We've got the red heifer from Fair Malik, the ringtone daughter. And then Paige Wary with a very, very nice heifer. I see Hannah Johnson there with a Maple View. She might be she's a crushable. Okay. I guess Paige Wary is part of a very noble heritage with the success that her parents have had as cattle showmen and cattle managers as well. Paige had a passion for a while for dairy goats as well, with her Van Camp genes coming through. Yes. Uncle Barry. Yeah. And Keith. Yeah. And I think are regarded as being very, very good heifer managers as well. Yeah. He just kind of lets them do their thing. If they wish to invest that much more time in it, it's okay. Yeah. It's been good for the farm.
I think they've had an evolution of
Yeah.
because they've, Dennis and Cindy aren't young anymore, so they've taken on some help on the farm with the hiring of a full-time man, so gives everybody a little bit more to pursue their interests.
Yes, exactly. And it's fascinating to think about how close they live to the Barkeys as well. You know, in this day of less dairy farms, and you've got two really well-known farms, almost, well, I guess in walking distance of each other, really, if you felt like it. Yeah. You could stop and smell the roses before you went in, saw everything else at Altona Lee. And Frank Barkey actually was pretty fond of the roses as well, was he not?
I'm not sure, but
that's what I understand from the sergeants, is that it was one of his things too. You know, later on, you know, as another project to take on. Oh, thank you. And that's you're gonna see the second line here in that group. Perhaps at some point, if her life gets a little quieter, we can maybe have Pam Charlton over to tell us a bit about Holstein, Ontario as well. Keep our eyes open, see if we see any Holstein Canada directors here. And because they've gone through some changes as well. We'd have to presume that the move towards robotics as well has not topped out yet. Well, lots of discussion going on the top end up there. Are we around 30 years for the Ontario Summer Show, or is it more than that now? 29. Okay. I guess read the catalog. Yeah, thank you. It's amazing the information that's there if you care to read. I guess they're really wanting to be sure they've got this this top end sorted out here. Oh, I have a question for you, Dan, that you would be able to answer. I know you will be able to answer. When you turn onto Highway 7, you're on Highway 12, and you turn onto Highway 7, and you're starting to drive, and on the right-hand side of the road, there is a barn that says something like Robert C. English and Sons. Would that have any connection to Peter English, or none at all? Thank you. Well, now I can stop thinking about it. Yeah.
Peter's family came from Hastings, Ontario.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where the Kingsway is.
Yeah.
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 Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've noticed that barn, and it's an older barn now, but it's still, you know, it's quite easy to read the names of the owners.
It was a really good farm and really well managed, but they focused on non-registered animals all through the years.
Ah, interesting. Yeah. So we're getting the lead out here, and Eric is still holding on to it. Yeah, and that red heifer from Alex and Ponderosa. Go. 78. Oh, Golden Oaks Master again.
But a beautiful quality bone.
Exactly. When we talked about the changes in a population and the I suppose when you think about it, Dan, when you think about that bigger boned animals that used to exist in a population, some of the cows were really big too, though. Yes. You know what I mean? It was.
I think there was a direct correlation between the bone width and strength compared to sometimes the height of the front end, and sometimes the too much front end affected the back end of the animal when there was too much pressure on the back end that would cause animals to hold their legs back. And there was direct correlation. I think was correctly identified by the classifiers or whoever is directing the classification protocol. And I think that we're noticing a difference in it now. So, but the quality of bone, especially in this first heifer, I think that's what the ideal and what we're trying to strive for.
Completely, yeah. Certainly enough bone. I mean, there's not a problem there. Wow. Yeah, this one has some somewhat different styles of heifers, or different capacity of heifers, or different stature of heifers.
In our winter yearling class, ring number 78, Exton Master May, exhibit by Beckridge Holstein. In second, ring number 70, Malik Ringtone Demina, exhibited by Vermilly and Ponderosa Holstein. This is also our first.
Masses.
Well, another extremely large class. I just said to Graham, when we have to bring them back in heats, it seems like it takes forever, but we're happy with how the class sorts out. The calf winning the class today, a very, very beautiful calf. The calf, she's so pretty from nose to tail. We just prefer the way the neck comes out of the shoulders, just a little more breed character up and through her head and neck, a little more naturally openness, silkiness to her hide today than this extremely long open frame heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second. Take nothing away from her. A beautiful heifer. Tremendously open rim, hard top heifer. She's just a little cleaner, or we just prefer the down through her foot angle today over this really, really pretty heifer coming out in third. Heifer in third. Really admire this heifer, so much breed character from end to end, extremely open frame heifer. You just like to touch her up and set her up in her heel today to move her up in the class today, but she's awfully close to moving up in the class today. We just prefer how she carries that rump structure today, just moves a little more freely than this beautiful open frame calf coming out in fourth. cap and forth over the cap, and she's just a little cleaner down through the bone in her hog today than the really pretty calf coming out in fifth today. Congratulations.
Well, I think somebody suggested that that black heifer would not be 20th in the finals. One of the safest comments you could ever make, but you know. The spring of rib on that heifer is, and the capacity is something else. So we're just waiting, folks, on the overall announcement of final placings on these, intermediate calves. The intermediate December winter calves. Yeah, precisely. We seem to have gained some stability on the dates for ages now. Yeah, it's been that way for quite a while. Because there was talk they were going to randomize dates, was it not? And they'd...
Okay, our placings for our winter heifer class. Ring number 41 was 14, shown by Ranger Jamie Phoenix. Ring number 45 was 24th, shown by Ranger Peyton Nichols Martin. Ring number 47 was 9th, shown by Desiree Dirk Cup. Ring number 49 was 17th. Ring number 50 was 22nd. Ring number 51 was 4th. Our first 4-H and our first East Gen, shown by Paige Berry, Don Mare, British Josie. An exhibit by Loaded Meat Farms and Ware Holsteins. Ring number 52 was 23rd. Ring number 54 was 5th. And also our second 4-H and second East Gens, Brenda Lee Master Sash, shown by Leah Hamilton. Ring number 57 was 7th, and our third 4-H, shown by Jacob Phoenix, Kingsway Avenger Zeno. Ring number 61 was 20th. Ring number 62 was 16th. Ring number 64 was 10th, and our third East Gen, and our fourth 4-H, shown by Hannah Johnson, Mapleview Fresh Motley Crew. Ring number 70 was 2nd, first red and white, and first red and home, Malik Ringtone Tamina. Ring number 71 was 3rd, Branderley Master Stage, shown by Branderley Farms. Ring number 72 was 19th, 73 was 21st, 74 was 6th, 75 was 18th, 76 was 11th, 78 was our class winner, Exondale Master May, shown by Beckridge Holsteins. Ring number 79 was 8th, ring number 80 was 13th, and over the page, ring number 85 was 12th.
Yeah. There's a few of these missing at the moment. Anyway, I just...
And they're on the...
Yeah.
They're
not doing a heat.
Well, they're all off. Like they're all...
But there's some missing.
We're
from
so
within
pleased
the
that
yard.
East Gen was able to have their event happen, our East Gen's Challenge, as part of the summer show, due to the cancellation due to smoke last week. So I am so pleased to be able to introduce Amanda Stokes. Amanda is the new and improved now. Is Brian here today? He was here last night. But Brian is the general manager of East Gen, and we're so pleased to introduce her. And I'll pass the mic over to Amanda at this time.
Hi everyone, what a great show we've had already. Last week, East Gen was faced with a difficult decision with the terrible smoke in the air, and we were looking at possibly having to cancel our Markham event fortunately, we were able to pivot and be here today, and a huge thank you to the Ontario Summer Show Committee for their hospitality and figuring out how we can make this the best day possible for the youth that have put in all this work on their heifers. And so we're so grateful to be here today. And another big thank you to the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund for their incredible sponsorship of our youth participants this year. Very generous, and are so grateful for the people that help us make these events happen as part of our Ag Forward program. And of course, to our participants in the East Gen Challenge, we appreciate your flexibility as we make this pivot and your continued participation in these events. I am pleased to introduce our president of the East Gen Board, Rob Bumstead, for some award presentation. So with that, I'll pass it over to Rob.
Thank you, Amanda. Just before I start, I'd like to say I think the Holstein and the Jersey breeds are in great shape when you see the quality of heifers coming through the range, and also the quality of the young people that are leading. So I think that's really important. And now I'm up here with Director John Denhan of East Gen, CEO Amanda Stokes. Glenn Barkey's also a director, he's back in the barns, and Steve Fraser is here also. And so I'm going to talk about something very important to us. I know many of you knew the late Brian Metz. He passed away in a tragic farm accident a number of years ago. And East Gen established scholarships to honor Brian. And by doing this, we're continuing to honor his legacy and to support his passion for youth in the community. East Gen, along with Daily Foods, work together to establish these scholarships. And they're administered by the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, represented here today by John Buckley. John and Murray Reisner confided in us this year. The quality of the applicants was really, really high. So 3 scholarships were decided to be awarded this year. So at Spencerville, Maren Hunter was awarded her scholarship. And today I'm pleased to announce the winners of the Brian Metz Scholarship for 2026. Kyle Meek from Uxbridge and Charlotte Woodhouse from Brian's beloved Greyhound. Congratulations. And also Charlotte is a winner of another award from the Ontario Dairy Trust Fund, and I'm going to let Carolyn talk about that.
Thank you, Brian. We're very pleased today to be able to present the Ontario Youth Dairy Trust Fund Award to Charlotte. As many of you know, the Ontario Dairy Trust Fund is a registered charity that was established in 1994 to support education, leadership, and hands-on learning for young people in the province's dairy industry. And it provides financial backing to many programs, and one of them being a scholarship. So the scholarship that goes out, there are 8 post-secondary scholarships of $2,000 that are annually funded by the Lee Barbara Royal Board for students in diploma, degree, or master programs. And today we're very pleased that Charlotte is the recipient of that scholarship. So let's give her a big round of applause. And I believe we'll do the presentation area, do some nice pictures as well. I do have a couple of corrections on my placings in the last class, just from an East Gen perspective. So our first East Gen was Paige Waring. In that class, our second East Gen was Leah Hamilton, with ring number 54. Our third East Gen was Desiree Drinkup from Portland Lakes. She was ring number 47. She was like a girl, but third East Gen, and our fourth East Gen was Anna Johnston. I think I announced, I missed Desiree in my placings for our East Gen. Fifth was ring number 41 for East Jen, Jalen Phoenix. And our sixth place person for East Jen was Peyton Nichols Martin, our sixth place person. So apologies for the mix up on placings for the East Jen.
We've got our senior or fall heifers in the ring now, born from September 1st on to the end of November. And we've just had some presentations here, as you would have heard. And we're now getting these heifers into the ring. So at some point, we'll try and find a opportunity to get them introduced. I can see across the ring, Dan, we've got 121 with Emily Vaughn showing it.
Okay, number 121 is a salute daughter that's bred by Carnview and shown by Emily Vaughn. 123 following along is shown by Gregory Fitchuk, and she is a Blondin Alpha daughter. And 125 is shown by 4-H'er Jason Viss, but she is a master daughter.
I'm going to predict that heifer's not on the bottom of this heat.
No.
She will be amongst the bunch that's selected. And I think 127 would follow Jason. She's just coming onto the screen now.
127 is Grace Beckett's 4-H calf, and she is also a Robella Major, and she was bred by Freyland Holsteins, Freyland Lady Glitter Sparkles.
Want to guess who named that calf? I think Ms. Scarlett did. Yeah. In fact, I know she did.
Yeah. But kind of like in the last class, Russell, Lee's heifers here are growing at different paces, and we have different sizes and scales, but most evident throughout, they have the deep openness of the ribs, and they're walking on whole on a pretty decent set of feet and legs, which we couldn't always say in the past.
Yeah, and almost regardless of breed too, you know. There used to be times when feet and legs could be a real problem for heifers. They were, you know, either too much sickled, or the heifers couldn't handle themselves well, or there were posty-legged heifers, just like there ended up being posty-legged cows as well.
Yeah.
I often think about the stress on a pastern of a posty-legged animal, you know.
We had quite a discussion yesterday in our judging education day, and there were on purpose a few heifers that were in the class that had those types of traits, so that we could discuss it with amongst the judges, and when they're making their decisions, how that fits into how they make their final placing. And it was a really good discussion, and usually when they're straight like that, they have poor thorough placement.
Yes,
and
yes, exactly.
so there's a lot of pressure on the mobility of the animals.
I was once told too that if you in this whole discussion of straight versus curved or sickled, that if you looked at the animals that were used as teasers in AI units, they usually had curved legs, sickled legs, and they could stand more pressure because they were dealing with some very large bulls there. Yeah. I don't know whether that's an old wives' tale or whether it's, here's another heifer. It's going to be a little difficult for folks at home to necessarily see her. This 107 heifer is a Clark Valley heifer by Architect Apple. So we might have some clues about her maternal heritage as well, in addition maybe to her paternal heritage. Wonder if we can get you. Yeah, you just, folks at home are just seeing part of the heifer right now. But some really, really interesting animals in this class as well. Okay, I guess we're getting some. Yes, pulled in for from this heat as well.
I see 4-H Jason Biss has made the
Well, I'm vastly relieved now, because if he had been like 22nd in this heat, I would have.
You needed to come to our judging clinic.
Exactly. Well, and you know, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because when you think about the changing dimensions, and stature is a dimension of animals, it's really easy to get impressed by something that's very large, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? Over and above what do the parts fit together properly, it's still a very, very large animal. And even back in the days when they used to show bulls, you know what I mean? And it would be, how many pounds does this bull weigh and how tall is he? And Quality Ultimate. I once had my head licked by Quality Ultimate when I was at University of Guelph. We went up to see the bulls. And in those days, you know, back in the dark ages, 100 years ago, you could, you'd get right in with the bulls and walk amongst the pens. I shouldn't say with the bulls, but amongst the pens. And there was Ultimate, you know. He had a long enough neck that he could get it over the top of the pen and interact with his visitors. And is it the case, Dan, that some of these bigger cows, and I remember seeing maybe a couple here a few years ago, they can be gangly and the parts don't fit together very well sometimes, or they just look awkward, the way they move and the way they, they can be longer. And I think that's regarded as a good trait. But, you know, some very, very large cows that just kind of, they didn't flow like some of the smaller, more compact, more put together cows. And I think about Tom Byers and his passion for balance.
Yeah, I think that last statement was where we've come to a silent moment here. Cindy Weary has brought her tarts. Thanks, Cindy. But the last word in your statement was about balance, and I think that is what we've talked about it for years and probably didn't understand what it was per se, but the way that it was explained to me was back in the day when Ross Butler did all of those paintings, there was about 20 some odd measurements that were equal parts to his paintings. So when you took whatever measurement that you wanted, the length of the head was supposed to be the length of the neck, that was supposed to be the rump, and the three different parts in the back were all supposed to be, the same, and then all the way down the back, the hock to the dew claw, and etc. And when you really analyze what we're looking for, that's what we're looking for. The symmetry, the balance, and what things of the parts, the blending of the parts. When we get out of balance from that, then there's a there's a pressure on some point of the structure of the animal, and the longevity is, you know, compromised to some extent at some point in their career, right? You might get over, you know, you might have those animals lasting a little bit longer, but in general, the ones that have the right balance are the ones that last a long time.
So a big animal can still be balanced.
Yeah. Well, we talk about Shakira. I mean, she is the one lately that, because of her size and frame, do we need that larger frame? But when you look at her, she's balanced. She walks like she's a kitten. She stands up and never makes a wrong move. So are we going to discount all the good parts of her because she might be a couple inches taller than the other ones? That's where I have a difficult time with the discussion on size, because if they're balanced, they can get around the freestall, they can get around the loose housing, not a problem, right? So what I do notice, we have a lot of discussions. I keep referring to our judging schools because it's a melding point for we can talk with the judges, because they're the ones that are going to be making these decisions. The size of heifers compared to the size of cows that we want. But we've gone through different eras in heifer preparation. The feed that these heifers are getting, makes them grow quicker. So what we've tried to do, especially on the committee from Holstein, Canada, was to balance that out by having milking classes start earlier.
The 4-H members exhibiting their own 4-H calf to please take 3 steps forward. If you're exhibiting your own 4-H calf, please take 3 steps forward.
You'll notice that I haven't said anything for a while because the butter tarts were here. And I could listen to Dan talk all day long if there's a butter tart around. And really, really good analogies, Dan, in terms of how this all fits together. And if Tom Byers happens to be listening, he's presumably applauding. And so these animals from our first heat are leaving. Very soon to be replaced by another group.
Selected to return for our final. Ring number 95, ring number 101, 105, 107, 111, 113, 115, 117, 121, 125, and 127. Entering the ring at this time is the second heat of our Class 3 Fall Heifer. This class is sponsored by Star Creek Feeds, Best bred and owned by East Chen, and 4-H ribbons are donated by Ringside Ribbons and TD Canada Trust for the other.
That's 88, the first one. I don't know if 86 is one over, but she's 88.
One additional one is ring number 119.
The first heifer on our screen right now is number 88, and she's exhibited by Islehaven Holsteins, and she is a master daughter.
I'm going to beg to differ.
88?
This is a John boy.
88? Oh, she is. Masters behind. I told you I needed new glasses.
90 is the next one.
90 is from the Brubstead Farm, the home of June. And she's a Banbia track.
I think that's 92.
One of the Doan girls leading her. So that's her 4-H calf. And she's bred by Doans. And she is a Lambda daughter.
Then
94.
I think so. Yeah, it would make sense. There's 94 because 98's here, so 94, 96, 98.
Well, she is a Drew Home Logic that's led by Evelyn Yates and bred by Aaliyah Farms. Then following along with Walkhaven Holsteins, and it's Claire Brooks' 4-H calf, and Claire is leading a Lambda daughter. And number 98, following along behind Claire, is Caitlin Mann's heifer, bred by Handview Farms, and she is the Ferrer. What is that? Repro Lingo.
Yes.
I think she was from Australia. Dingo Lingo.
Dingoes, anyway.
And number 100 is owned by the Candy Syndicate and Veloskeen Holsteins. No information.
Well,
We don't know. We go into 102 is another Malak heifer.
yes, yes.
And she, the red heifer, she's a ringtone.
So we're now in the ringtone era at Malik after
Yes.
the altitude era.
Yeah.
And then 104 with Curtis is the next one.
104, shown by Curtis Magwood. And she is owned by John Mays and Walkhaven Farms in Stainer. And she's a Lambda daughter. John at one time was our friendly banker.
Oh, really? Well.
Yes.
There's maybe a little something going on here. It's that next heifer. Because that's the weekend boy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's 106 would be that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you. I was just thinking about that. You drink.
Thank you. So 106 following along with Rylan Aiken leading her. A heifer that's bred from Elmet Farms, and she's a doorman.
And definitely 108.
108 is another Walkhaven bred heifer, shown by Emily Tibbetts, and she's an A2P2. Got to hand it to Colin. He made a pivot from Markham and came to Lindsay, and a lot of these animals that have his prefix are 4-H kids that they sponsor from their farm. 110, Joel's leading, and she's a heifer that he owns with Red Carpet and Unique, and she's a Sidekick daughter.
Red Carpet does a lot of flushing, eh?
They a lot of
ET
flushing,
animals.
yeah.
And sometimes older genetics as well.
Yeah. And then 112 is Nate King, and Carson and Keaton Phoenix own her. She's a Petitclair, and if I'm not mistaken, that might be Keaton's 4-H calf that he did so well with the other night in showmanship.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. So Petitclair bred this particular animal, and she's Mottenhoff Harris.
Hussars, some really nice. That's a bull that I've seen some beautiful animals sold by him.
114 following Keaton is a heifer that Reed Barkey's showing, and she's an Action Man daughter.
He's had a haircut recently.
He has.
For a fitter, he could get a little almost mullet-like.
The next heifer following in with Jasmine Ure showing her is Nonnendale Man-Eater. I'm not sure whether Jazz named her.
Well, we'll ask her friend James.
Yeah. And
Saskatchewan.
she's a Walnut Lawn sidekick.
Could be an extra mile animal.
If this is 118,
I think so.
it's one of Kyle Stockdale's maybe, and she's a Robella Major also. The next one is that Jimmy Franken is leading is a master daughter, and she came from
Charlton's.
our leader for Ontario Holstein.
Yes, from Pam's place.
Yeah, Pam and Terry's.
I was going to say, in these cases, we say from Terry's place. Yeah.
And 122 is from the Finleys, and that's Walker Phoenix's half 4-H calf, and she's a Seamer's Wolf Hulu.
So we have a lot of flexibility in the family to have a Phoenix showing one of the whatchamacallits, the Farlows.
Yeah, there's a little closeness there. Yeah. 124 is a heifer bred by Lodamead, and that's a name is JM Valley Direct Layla, and she's a Blondin Direct daughter.
So it could be related to Lindsay.
Could be.
She's coming from JM Valley with an L name.
Now 126 is shown by 4-H'er Sadie Buckley, and she's a Hamming Salute daughter. And 128 coming in with Erica leading her, and she's owned by the Enrights and the Jacomets, and she's another Alpha daughter. So another great group of heifers in the this heat.
That 294
Did we see her? Or is she?
She's just in the ring now.
294 is
Lloyd to the rescue.
Where'd you go? 294 is heifer that Joel and Jim Phoenix bred, and she's a Harris daughter.
And there we have it. While remaining positive and enthusiastic, we are also glad that there isn't a third heat in this class. Two's plenty.
I think we're at the end of the heats.
Yes. And those summer yearlings would be a much more manageable. Yeah.
I phoned her one time. She thought and they go, oh, hey, Carolyn, how are you? I go, actually, this is Sharon. They're like, oh, well, you sound a lot like her. I'm like, then somebody they had a 4-H meeting at our place. And I said, oh my goodness, you sound the same. I said, yeah.
We've just had a visit and a gift from Sharon Barkey Sargent of Sargent Family Dairy. We've got chocolate milk to revive us. It's supposed to be a great refresher after athletic. I'm not sure this is athletic, Dan, but mentally athletic. Yeah. Some of their beautiful chocolate milk. Thriving business on the family farm. Across the road from the dairy barn. Yeah, and hope that there's some water there and he can put his feet in it and or just immerse himself, total immersion. I would say so. Some of these heifers could be quite a handful, couldn't they? If they decided they were. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and I suppose there's some of those larger operations, perhaps south of here. They probably would be. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, the gifts keep coming. We keep up these magnificent comments, and it'll just. Oh. We have a message from Dan Hovden, who I think is in Iowa. Yeah. He says he's enjoying the coverage. Wish I could have been there when Ultimate gave you a lick. Love it. It's a little dangerous to admit your age sometimes, but yeah. Quality Ultimate. It wasn't yesterday. But he's a bull who had an influence in his own way. Yeah. I mean, he was pretty popular, wasn't he? Mm. Well, I have just found it's not going to be in the bottom of this heat. What happened to your hair, Reed? He's thinking, shut up. I bet that was done with cattle clippers because they have quite a tradition of that. when they had I think, did they win a Master Breeder Award again a few years ago? Their fourth or whatever it was. And the boys, I think Karen put her foot down and said, "You're not going in there with hair like that." So, and there was a show on. And so, you can.
Grant used to grow it. And
Yeah.
give it to cancer.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, yeah.
Good for him. Yeah, because he could get quite a scraggly head on him. Yeah. Oh, I guess that would be because of Frank. In a way, yeah. Okay, so 112. 118.
She wants to go home on jazz.
Yeah. We should tell. So we are getting some animals pulled in here. And it is my great relief that one of the first animals pulled in was an animal I said wouldn't be at the bottom of the heat. The classes start tomorrow at 8 o'clock, folks, if you're online watching. 154 of you on this particular vehicle. And they will alternate tomorrow between the Holsteins and the Jerseys. Or as Jane Whaley used to say, the Holsteins. I remember being at I think it was over in Kitchener when there used to be a show, Central Ontario exhibition, and Jane got on the mic and was very firmly telling the exhibitors that the Holstein show was going to start at 6 p.m. And you better believe it. It's amazing the characters that one gets to know over if you stay around long enough. Yeah. Jane always got a new outfit for the Royal Winter Fair. It was a big moment. Did you ever have any interaction with Marg Marshall when she was at, again, I'm really showing my age here. She was a delightful human being. She was kind of like the registrar or the records section, pedigrees and records and things like that, extended pedigrees and I think some registration work. And she was delightful. She learned the expression, hold the phone from her, because she would talk about how people get off the rails a little bit. And right. The comment was, hold the phone. Bless you. Yes, it is. God, I'm beginning to wonder if I'm the only person in this building that remembers some of these people. And
I'm not going to
No matter what name I bring up. I should bring up one from 15 years ago and you'd still say you didn't know what I was talking about.
It was before my time.
I remember in being in a Holstein Canada office 2 or 3 iterations, well, obviously before where they are now. And it was before they went into the heart of downtown Brantford. There was kind of like, it was almost like a big house or something. And it was, of course, yeah, you were in the one in downtown with all the different floors on it. You had to try to figure out where you were going. And, yeah, if you wanted reception, you had to go down one or something. And I remember the time that I inherited the position of secretary of the Joint Dairy Breeds Group because the manager left and I became manager 1,000 years ago. And so then I had to do the minutes of the very first Joint Dairy Breeds meeting I went to. And actually, David Clemens thought they weren't too bad. He could only find a couple of mistakes in it. I lived on that for about a week or two. And because he was pretty legendary about detail, the way things were expressed, and yeah. You would have known Mr. Clemens as well, George? Oh, come on.
You know, when I used to do international
Yes.
assignments, he was legendary in other countries.
Oh, absolutely.
The relationships that man forged on behalf of Canadian Holsteins,
Yes.
I'm sure that the majority of breeders don't know what he did for the breed in Canada.
Mm-hmm. Oh, any of those export markets that did exist or still do exist, that's part of the fruits of the labors or the abilities of George Clemens. He was extraordinary. I was actually through CLIA, the Canadian Livestock Exporters Association. I was actually out at his cottage at Blue Lake one time, which is just up north of Brantford. And the lake is the most incredible shade of blue. You know, so it was a Clemens family cottage. And so after a meeting, you know, oh, let's all go to Blue Lake and we'll have lunch or whatever. And yeah, he was, I didn't know him well, but I, knew who he was. But yeah, a towering figure in terms of that driver. And if you think about how many barns got built because of export markets, and or the new machinery shed that you really wanted but never thought you could afford. I was going to try to convince you that I remember George Clemens' grandfather, but that might. Yeah, David was about I think the 4th generation of the Clemens family, who were secretary manager of Holstein Canada. I would suggest that the Enrights are going to do all right in this class too.
He's taken quite a few of these.
Yes, yes. Okay, Doug is making sure. Ha! Wow.
If all of the 4-H members exhibiting their own animal could please take 3 steps forward. 4-H members exhibiting their own animal, please take 3 steps forward.
Oh. Jamie Wood, Marg Marshall. Wow, that's a while ago. George Clemens. I was waiting for you to bring his name up. And Blue Lake. They started out with a dairy farm with Trail End Farms. And there is a barn in Brantford, that green barn, or yes, that is somebody else owns it now. It's not within the family. But that was their prefix. Yeah, so they owned cattle. And Jamie has an additional comment coming here. The dots are, oh, there we are. Yeah, John Innes, actually, which is kind of interesting, that last name, when we think about over in Oxford County and all the influence of yeah. And there was a George Innes who had a Jersey herd as well in that county. Oh, they were phenomenal family. So let me see. What we have here now, folks, is the animals. Okay.
Those of you marking your programs, those coming back for the final from our second heat are as follows. Ring number 88, ring number 92, ring number 100, ring number 102, 104, 110, 112, 114, 116, 118, 120, 122, 126, and 128. So entering the ring at this time is our final for the Class 3 Fall Heifer. This is sponsored by Starbright Feeds and Paul McComb, best friend and owned by East Gen, 4-H Ribbons by Ringside Ribbons and TD Canada Trust. And we do have both and as well as our East Gen Challenge final for the Fall Heifer as well.
So yeah, what you're seeing on your screen now is animals being assembled from 2 heats in the Class 3 senior heifers, fall heifers, call them what you will. I'm reminded of my first visit to Jersey Island, and they had a ring marshal. And one particular thing I remember about him, they all have French last names, but they all speak with an English accent because it's part of the United Kingdom. And so he was standing there, and he had no microphone or anything, and he was going, "Senior, yelling, Heifers." They all assembled. It worked. John Pico was his name. Yeah. Lovely little man with a great projecting voice. So our man Curtis has just made it under the wire here into the finals. Look who's here. Have you got any words of wisdom for us, Kyle?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Oh, come on, share. Kyle Stockdale has refused to share his wisdom with us, but we're going to go on regardless. We'll just say he's got an extreme case of modesty today. Wonder if he's been accused of that before. Kyle actually used to raise fancy chickens as well. Hey, how are you? The only time I was ever at his farm, that was one of the prime reasons I was there. He had some beautiful Hampshire bantams. They were just glorious, many multicolored birds, really good quality. It was quite a passion of his as a kid. I think he had some other breeds, but Hampshires were his calling card.
Is there one that you really enjoy?
Yeah, I was raised on a farm where there were commercial barred rocks. And my great aunt and uncle had them. And apparently my great aunt was really good at sexing chicks as well. Her daughter was telling me she was very seldom wrong. The day olds, you know, she'd get them right. And actually in our family, so her nephew, my father, was a caponizer of chickens as well. One of his little side hustles when he was a teenager or before he married my mother. And so there used to be a train that ran by our place, and the train would stop up at the back of the property, and he would get on, and he'd go off 20 miles out to this place where they had a bunch of chickens, and he would, in quotes, caponize chickens, and then come home again on the train. So, yeah. But yeah, barred rocks are my favorite. I had some Buff Orpingtons, standards when I was a kid. Black coat and bantams.
Just want to take an opportunity
all fun
to
stuff.
thank our ring sanitation crew. Griffin Brown has done a great job cleaning out the ring throughout the show today and earlier today for the Jersey show. So let's give a big thank you to Griffin for all his hard work.
It's fascinating what's one layer below the surface in people's lives. But yeah, Kyle was actually quite competitive with what he did as well. He was good at it. And one that'll make some sense to you, Dan, one of his mentors was Doug Batty, who was the son of Mr. John Batty, who had the big Jersey herd across the road from Roybrook, right across the road. It's now under the 407 or awfully close to the 407.
Now, yeah.
The Batty farm, yeah, because Roybrook would be,
It's
incredibly close or,
an interchange, more
Yeah.
like it.
Yes,
So
yeah, exactly. Let's go up Highway 12 there, and it was
but
quite. Go ahead.
They do have a Roybrook Way in Brooklyn.
Yes, and a Telstar. I think there's a street that's called Telstar as well, and it was really interesting because at that time you had, and the Baddies were pretty well known. You know, Mr. Batty was a president of Jersey, Canada, and then you had Roy Ormiston living across the road and all the things that he did.
Were
And
the Reed family?
I was just gonna, you got it. They were just up above, just to the west of Ayrshires, but very large herd of Ayrshires for its era, like maybe 100 cows. Or Bill Reed and yeah, that's it. So all within a very tight circumference, you had three different breeds that had some pretty outstanding people there. Well, very outstanding. And the Baddies were kind of ahead of their time. They would have milked 80 cows anyway, you know? Yeah. Doug was not really part of the farm. He went out and farmed on his own up at Aylmer. And he married one of the Stansels. And the Stansels bred Selwood Betty's Commander, one of the most famous Ayrshire bulls there ever was.
Another pair of brothers that were famous in the Brooklyn area were the Kahn brothers.
Yes.
And they were kind of I'm not sure how to say it, whatever, but they did a lot of investment work with Peter at Hanover Hill Holsteins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting, because I mean that would have been quite a small community. At that So it's some of these areas just had was Thornley near there as well?
It's right there, but it's all under construction right now.
Exactly.
And O'Connor's aren't that far far from there, are they?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I think that Sean and Kelly must have made Mr. McGinty mad at one time because their farm's under environmentally protected or whatever, so they're not in the town plan.
Yeah, you do have to consider all angles, don't you? Well, and that kind of reminds me of like Trafalgar Road there as well, where you had the nurses and Claude Pickett and
Albert?
Albert, and just tons of McNabbs and their Guernseys there as well. The other side of the road. And then Lornella wasn't very far away from there, down,
right there,
just west of Trafalgar. Do you know that if you lived in Nova Scotia, you would call that the name of that road Trafalgar as opposed to Trafalgar? Another piece of useless information, but
My uncle said he was from Shubenacadie, is that right?
Yes, that actually, or Shuby as it was called. Yeah. Shuby dooby doo. And now that was an area that was quite, still is pretty big in the dairy industry. It was a part of Nova Scotia where large herds, when the average herd size would have been 30 cows, there were a bunch of people there milking 200 or 250. Yeah. The Scawthorns, the Grants, the Eichland booms weren't that large, but they were right in that nest in there. There were some yearlings. There were, Yeah. When everybody else was milking 30, they were milking 10 times that many. I wonder if apparently not. I'm a little disappointed that our spring show champion, Carlton Bad to the Bone, is not apparently not entered here. She was. Well, these guys are really being made to work here. I kind of think we're on the verge of some pulls, are we? Yes. Eric Enright, Keaton Phoenix. There's the Dones. Yeah. See, my other heifer is still on the rail. Mhm. This man-eater is quite a heifer here. She's got a lot of energy to her. Yeah. No, she's not doing too badly. Here's a deep question for you, Dan, that I think is answerable. Are there people who could probably look at a class and pick out 2 or 3 of the top animals, but might have a lot of trouble placing the whole class?
Camera in the wrong spot.
Yeah. He's absolutely right. It's the Enright heifer. At the moment, that Winright heifer is at the top. Thank you, Joe. We need these things. You can tell them that it was your turn to work the camera. And
Okay, back to your question.
would there be people who could maybe look at a class and pick out 2 or 3 of the animals that are definitely top tier, but might have a lot of trouble placing a whole class? You know, that have the kind of eye that they can identify something really interesting, but either don't have the interest or maybe the ability to sort out 15 heifers.
Russell's digging deep with these theological these questions. I would say so, but the thing is, like at this level, if you're judging like with this number, I think that you have to be fairly comfortable with your ability to place these animals all the way down, and that goes back to the what we were talking about. What we're trying to develop in our judges is that consistency or that pattern that people can see. So if you have that ingrained in your mind, you're going to be able to pick those animals. You're not going to deviate from that process just to place a class, because it's a lot easier when you're defending your position, when you have something that is very similar in makeup. There's always going to be some differences of how the animals are, whether it is the way that they, you know, their mobility or their legs or their width, or there's always something that you can find, but they still could from the outside look very similar. So that's when you get very close in the lineup. I think that that's when we started bringing in the animals in the rows. I think a judge, if he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, he's analyzing the reasons and the defendable position that he's in right in those lineups. That's when he's analyzing these animals. And I think it's really important as a judge. Otherwise, you get overwhelmed with the task at hand. I'm not sure that answers your question, but that's what I'm going to tell you.
I think it does. One of the, and just as while I was paying rapt attention to what you were saying, I've noticed also that Adam today doesn't do a lot of jiggling once he gets that lineup made. Like, he seems to be so content. Yeah. And he and Graham seems to be working together well, and you know, getting the it's another skill, isn't it, working with an associate?
Well, that's what I was going to make a comment on. Like, it's very important to be able to see these animals in the same light as you're processing your placings. Because if you had somebody that looked at animals totally different and was always, questioning how you were placing them, then it makes for a very long day. Really, the job of the associate is to be a support person out there, a sounding board, right? And the confidence builder. It's not to actually second guess the placings.
Well, I'm really glad you said that, because I can recall an instance, and I'm not going to identify the show or the breed, where there was an obvious difference between a judge and an associate judge because faces were starting to get red. There was one particular class where there were 3 different lead outs with flip-flopping between the top 2 or 3 animals as well. And it was fascinating because you knew that you had a really strong opinion from the associate judge, who maybe didn't understand what their role was. And I would say it was fairly early in their major judging. Somebody who has gone on to be a very good judge now, but who the fact that there was some real debate going on was very obvious, Whereas in most cases you watch them and they seem to be like they're a team. Yeah. Yeah. There's respect there, Yeah. And I think these guys are really showing us how to do it. Have you worked with an associate often?
My experience, I've worked with an associate a few times, but when I judged the Royal Winter Fair, I was the lone lead judge that whole time, 380 head. And, it sounds like a lot now, but my experience there was once you got in a zone after that first class, you didn't even know that there was anybody in the stands. You didn't know there was anybody leading, so you didn't have any of that distraction. When I did Madison or subsequent shows, there was that distraction factor with listening to the opinions. Depends, there was a couple times where they saved, you as a lead judge. So I can appreciate the need for having them. To me, it's grown more, especially at the lower levels, where sometimes it's questioned whether they're needed. It's a learning experience for the next generation, because the next generation, especially with larger shows like this one with 200 or 300 head, they don't know the experience of being in a big ring with lots of animals. Unfortunately, today's black and white shows are anywhere between 70 and 90 head. Well, that's not as serious a length of group to really build on. So that's why I feel it's important to have these associate judges to learn at different levels. And it gives them the idea that they actually are seeing the right animals. So
There's an ownership change on that first one. It's now KSF Holsteins.
Alone or
Yes.
with him?
No, alone.
Okay, good. Thank you. That is excellent.
Okay. Somebody near Ottawa.
Yeah, near Ottawa, near out in Car. Yeah. So we do have, we're looking at the lineup here, and we've got the first heifer in line, who is a Winright animal, Winright Alpha Tahiti. She was entered by the Enrights and Jacquemet Holsteins. She's now owned by KSF Holsteins of Eastern Ontario. So kind of stays within Eastern Ontario, but does have a different owner. And apparently they have purchased the heifer outright.
if there is, check over on
So, folks, that's my goodness, September calves that are the fall calves that have been lined up. And this would be the second winner out of 3 classes for the Enrights. Although this heifer has a new owner, they were the ones that exhibited her and bred her. And she's quite something. And she's a Blondin Alpha bull that we've mentioned fairly often today. With a Harris daughter in second. We have been informed that while Dan Brady can't be here today, he is going to be here tomorrow. So, with the check, many checks. Gosh, that is, oh my. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Okay. So that heifer of Jason Viss's is 7th, so that's good.
Could we please have the 4-H exhibitors take 3 steps forward? Those exhibiting their 4-H calf, please take 3 steps forward.
Just to be sure that they can actually see them.
Congratulations to our winner in our extremely competitive fall heifer class, ring number 128, Winright Alpha Tahiti. We have a new owner from the book KSF Holsteins, are the owners of our winning animal in this class. In second, we have ring number 112, Petticoat Harris, Alaska, owned by Nate King, first with Keaton Phoenix, and that is first place 4-H for Keaton Phoenix for that animal. And in third, we have ring number 92, Donley Lambda Marielle, exhibited by 4-H member Herman Doan, exhibited by Donley Fraser Doan. This is our first bred and owned and second 4-H. Now to Judge Hodgins for his reasons on this fall heifer class.
Well, I think we have quite a group of heifers at the top of the class, and we've got a beautiful pair at the top here. The heifer on top, she's just a little cleaner all the way through. She's got a little more Greek character to her head and neck. A little more natural drape to that rib structure, a little fuller in that midsection. I prefer her down through the bone in her hog, just slightly above that beautiful, beautiful heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second, really taking nothing away from this heifer. When she walked in the ring, it's hard to take her eyes off her. Heifer with tremendous loin strength, a heifer that carries her top so well. She moves extremely well. A long framed heifer. She's just a little longer framed overall. I prefer the way her neck comes out of her shoulder than her really square framed heifer coming out in third. Heifer in third, you've got to admire her width, her strength, angularity. Heifer with a lot of loin strength, carries her top extremely well, and she uses that loin strength rump structure just a little cleaner down through the bone in her hock to go over our pretty framed heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth place heifer, a real eye-catching heifer, a heifer with really nice openness, heifer that really moves around the ring quite nicely. Just like to drop those pennies down to move her up in the class today. Over the fifth place heifer over the fourth place heifer over the fifth place heifer. Just a little more overall heifer, just carrying her top just a little nicer today. Just once, we really admired this fifth place heifer, but when she came back in, she just didn't want it as badly as she did in the first heat. But a beautiful heifer. Congratulations.
Well, we were over 150 viewers. We popped up to 150. Apparently, some of the content must be attracting great interest. Either that or people don't have enough to do with their time. But that's an amazing group of heifers. So now we've got summer yearlings, and we're thinking that there may not be a heat in this case. It's going to be one class. So we'll get to attempting to introduce them to you. 129 has entered the building. Oh, she's a Saskatchewan bred animal.
129 is owned by the Beckett's in Sunderland, and she's bred at Love Hill Farms, and she is a Robella Major.
So good example of two neighbors involved there, because Robella is not very far from Love Hill. And Kyle
Meek is coming in next with a Loda Mead bred heifer, Loda Mead Machinella.
Yeah.
She's a Blondin machine.
Could almost be one word, couldn't it?
Yeah. 131 is another heifer from Terry Beckett's, and she's Shayla's heifer, and she's a Hamming bred animal, and she's a Blondin Direct.
For those of you marking your programs, we'll start at the top of Class 3 fall heifers. Ring number 88 was 15 and second red and white. So third red and white. Ring number 92 was third, first red and owned, and second 4-H. That's Stoneleigh Lambda Marielle, shown by Carmen Dome. Ring number 95 was 14th. Ring number 100 was 4th. Ring number 101 was 18th. Ring number 102 was 13th. Ring number 104 was 17th and 5th East Gen. Number 105 was 12th. 107 was 9th and first red and white. Clark Valley Architect Apple. 1 of 10 was 11th. 111 was 24th. 112 was 2nd, and our first 4-H for Keaton Phoenix with Pettigrew, Paris, Alaska.
Same.
Ring number 113 was 16. Ring number 114 was 14, and our third East Gen Elderly Action Man, John Wick. Ring number 115 was 25th. 116 was 22nd. 117 was 21st, and our 7th East Gen for Mason Buckley. Ring number 118 was 6th. 119 was 23rd. 120 was 19th. 121 was 20th, and our 6th East Gen challenge placing for Emery Vaughn. 122 was 25th, and our 8th East Gen. 125 was 7th. 126 was 8th, and our 2nd East Gen for Sadie Buckley with Echo Blends, Salute Elliott. 127 was 5th, and this was our first East Gen for Grace Becker with Fralin Lady Glitter Sparkles. And 128 was first with Winright Alpha Tahiti, and the owner is KSF Holstein, a new owner from the program. In the ring at this time is our summer yearling class. This is the final, class 4. This is sponsored by Summerland Co-op. These animals are born June 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2025.
We'll try and catch you up with the group of heifers here, and I'm going to just start with where we left off. And the heifer that followed was Lily Beckett's heifer. She was an Echo Glen Master heifer. She's by Golden Oaks Master, and when you see her, she's a black heifer. She's quite nice. The next heifer, 133, was from Three Ridge Farms, and she was by Adule Nolis. The next heifer was from Almut Farms and Lane Lockhart's 4-H calf, and she's an eye candy. 135 is owned by Carson Phoenix, Keaton Phoenix, and Stan Howe Holsteins Lee, and she's a heifer that was bred by K Manor, and she's a Golden Oaks Master. 136 follows along, and she's from Walker Haven, and she's a Kingsway heifer. She's by Sweetview Grinch, and she's Connor Walker's 4-H calf. 137 is Radomir from Radomir Holsteins, and she herself is a Bullseye daughter. 138 is a heifer that Ron Grandy owns. It's Ben Clark's 4-H calf, and her name is Grand Ron T.S. Boom Boom. She's an OCD Thunderstruck. The next heifer is owned by Grayson Holsteins, and she is a Sidekick daughter. The next heifer is owned by KSF Holsteins, and she is a Blondin Alpha. 141 is from Locust Lane Farms and Stone Den Farms. She's Sam Grant's 4-H calf, and she is a Bullseye daughter. 142 is Rylan Aiken's 4-H calf, and she's a Stanton Chiefs daughter. 143 is from Beebrook and Casson Holsteins, and she's a Gorecroft break shot. And 144 is from the Malik Holsteins and Ponderosa Holsteins, and she is another ring time. 145, she is from Darling Holsteins, and she's a Blondin Legend daughter. 146 is from Storybrooke Holsteins, and she is a Genosource Liquid Courage. 147 is Isaac under Isaac Foltz, and she is a Haydn Limited P heifer. 148 is from Gendera Holsteins, and she is Chloe Shaw's 4-H calf, and she's a Unix daughter. 149 is from Southline Holsteins, and she is a Red Violet Divine Right, and she's a Lambda daughter. And Grace Alchuk is her 4-H leader. Then we go to Grant Barkey's 4-H calf, Carnview, that was bred by Carnview, owned by Carnview, and a master. 151 is Peyton Brown's 4-H calf, bred by Besley and Mattenhoff Harris. 142 is owned by Ron Grandy, and she is another Blondin Alpha. 143 is owned with Beckridge and Quality and another master daughter. 154 is from Clark Valley, and she is a Seamers Wolf Hulu. And to round out the class, 155 is from Frank Barkey and family, and that's Cooper Peterborough's 4-H calf, and she is a Progenus Ambrose.
Nicely done.
I say this one's not going to be too far.
Exactly. We agree completely on that. We're on Team Lily right now. That heifer did really well at this. With or it could be the one that Eric's feeding in the ring right now. There's another master from Echo Bloom who is pretty good.
Lily would want me to be the judge, so
Yeah.
I'm good with my decision.
Yeah, they're both masters from bred at Echo Bloom. Oh my. Sergeant. Go in the middle of the ring, Lily, and just say, I'm here. You're going to save him some time. You just go for a second. Find the second. Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We'll just pan around on this amazing class of heifers. I think there's 25 or 26 in here, somewhere right in there. Being judged as one unit.
Not very often you see the neck come out.
Yes, yes,
Usually there's a little bit
exactly. Mm. Hmm. Well, folks, we are just luxuriating in the quality of heifers in this ring, and we wish you could all be with us to see these heifers IRL in real life. Well, see, Adam Hunt is down at the end of the ring. We maybe should get him over here at some point in time. Well, we should. There's no maybe about it. We're just discussing the presence of Adam Hunt, who was one of the commentary team at the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. It was an amazing asset. Yeah. Very identifiable as a son of Colin. Although he does have the Gregson look about him as well. Yeah, yeah.
They all have a distinct
Yes.
look to. Like, did you know Colin's dad, Rob?
No, I wouldn't have known him.
He was.
Yeah. Just, yeah. It is interesting in some families how strong it can be across multiple generations. Oh, is she?
Colin's.
Oh, really? Oh, isn't that cool? Yeah, be brave and strong. Yeah, that was Doug's decision. Well, we have a mild concern about each and every one of them. Nobody's allowed to shoot guns off or firecrackers here. We've got some animals rather close to us, folks. They've expanded the ring, which has brought us into close contact with some of the heifers. All the heifers. Oh, is she? I wouldn't have necessarily put the two of them together. Yeah. Did Emma get married?
She did.
Oh, she did. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I knew she was engaged. I just didn't know whether she was wed yet. Yeah, we've just been commenting on the rather terrific quality of heifers in this class. And we're kind of in awe of them, so we haven't been saying an awful lot. Yeah, it's interesting when you go through these shows and you get these classes where, in this particular case, they're just so consistently good. So awesome heifers in here. And then isn't it an interesting comment, Dan, when you get a class with consistently good heifers in it, but yet there are a few that really can still sparkle within that group, you know, that have that it factor. Oh, well. Yeah, the Goodwill heifer from Storybrooke has been pulled. And Eric DePasquier is heading for the center of the ring. Where's our girl, Lily? I think we need Doug Green over here. Yes, and he's there. As a good ring one would be. Yeah. Actually, we are relieved in that Lily has actually been pulled first and is in place. Not relieved, we're just happy for her. Yeah. And the heifer. So we've got that, is it 132, her number, or 133? 132. Echo Glen Master Irina by Golden Oaks Master. And Robert Goodwill's heifer, who is Budge on Liquid Courage Boston by Geno Source Liquid Courage. I think, bless you. And Eric's in third. We are good. Yeah, we're smoking today. If anything happens to Adam, I think we could step in there. Get a few of them right. But God forbid. Yeah. So we will get you, as best we can, a little look at the line. Oh, I'm sure Kevin McGriskin is happy to be pulled into line. He's got an enthusiastic heifer. Hey. Well, apparently, yeah. Mine is only because we're not being paid for doing this anyway, Harry. So paid in a lot of gratitude. Yep.
Good. That's worth a lot.
Yeah. Can you take that to the bank?
It's just like every other check I get to take to the bank. Not very big.
You poor thing. And yet he survived. So we just had a quick visit from Harry Franken, which always makes your day. They are quite an exceptional family, actually, that Franken family.
He was telling me something. His mom's still alive.
Yes.
They went down near Kingston somewhere for family reunion, and I don't know how many told me there was a pile.
Well, she'd have to be.
90.
Yeah. Yeah, there was, I would say, 7 or 8 in that family. And they virtually all of them have had an association with agriculture. Ed Franken had 6 or 7 children, Ed and Bonnie, and they have had strong ties to agriculture as well.
She said Abe was telling us Emma is married. Good job we have an editor in house.
Yes, exactly. She's now worried she can't hear her father well enough. Headsets are the next addition to our technology bundle.
That would be pretty good, wouldn't it?
It actually would be. And as long as you get the ones that are fairly comfortable and you don't mind wearing them for extended periods of time. But you never have to worry about where they are or anything like that.
Right.
Just So it is a little hard to see the first group of heifers in this class because we've got a lineup of beautiful, a second row, which is very high quality as well. And but eventually they'll be let out and we'll give you a better viewing of them. Our ratio is incredible because we've run about 125 to 150 viewers today, and we've had 71 likes or loves. So, yeah. We do it all for the people. And because they can't find anybody else. Yeah, there's a certain point where we get a little punchy on these things. I remember one. Yeah, exactly. Too easy to deal with. Yeah, well, that was easy. They go into it thinking there's no way we can afford this, and yeah. Oh yeah, you can afford it. There was a particular instance. And I'm not going to tell you where it was or what event it was, but it was early in the days of commentary where we had someone who kept coming from the barn with glasses of liquid. And it did get a little foolish towards the end. No, it got a lot foolish towards the end. Yeah. That's why we've enacted some very strict rules here. You know, I really don't enjoy cleaning up at home, but I love when I go somewhere else. I just think I become a neat freak all of a sudden. More consultation going on, making sure they get it right. We appreciate that. Kevin McGriskin is going to win an award for athleticism here today. So, don't know if there's a little bit of juggling going on up there or just heifers that decided they were going to move around. This is one of these times when we need some of that South American enthusiasm and people get all wound up about things and just get us all going again. And I think Lily is on the move. She is. Little difficult for our audience to see that, but we are able to report. So what we're going to do is to show you that little walkway that the animals will come through. Yes. I'm going to take a real risk here. Start marking. Oh, so that's, isn't that interesting? That's a change then. It's a good day for Beckridge.
Good day for Echo.
Glenn, yes. Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was one or the other of those heifers and the third heifer that were first and second at the Spring Discovery Show. So folks, we're going to turn the camera around and show you the top end of this class. Golden Oaks Master Daughter, Echo Glen Master Irina is in first. Echo Glen Master Marissa, Beckridge and Quality Holsteins is in second. Storybrooke Holsteins, their Budjon bred animal, is in third. 138 would be Grandy's with Grand Ron TS Boom Boom Pow. I guess that's a good name for a thunderstruck daughter. Yes. Shayla. We'll find her. That's a Hamming. Oh, that's the Hamming heifer by Blondin Direct. And then Grant Barkey. Yes. Carnview Master Maja. She's Golden Oaks master as well. Yes. I think there is a Clark Valley. There's either one or two of those here. I think. Oh, and there's, yeah, okay. Well, it's a good day to be on Team Lily. The reasons on this class are going to be absolutely fascinating to hear, what he's got to work with here. Mm. Yeah. So we're assuming we're pretty close to reasons here, folks, on this class. Final look, our judges they have not been inclined to make switches today on much of a regular basis at all. So you talk about bone quality and dairy strength on that first heifer.
I would ask that all 4-H participants who are showing their own animal to please take 3 steps forward. If you're exhibiting your own animal in 4-H, please take 3 steps forward.
Yeah. So that's kind of nice. The first prize animal is a 4-H animal. It's probably Lily's. She must be very close to her final year. Yeah.
If it is, what a way to go.
Exactly. The chest width on this heifer, the Springer rib, the bone quality, the nice slope to the rump. She's just got a lot of wonderful parts.
Congratulations to our winner in our summer yearling class, ring number 132, Echo Glen Master Arena, exhibited by 4-H'er Lily Beckett, owned by Beckridge Holsteins. She was also our first 4-H and our first East Jet. Congratulations. In second, ring number 153, Echo Glen Master Marissa, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins. And in third, ring number 146, Budjon Elkridge Boston, exhibited by Storybrooke Holsteins. Let's give a big round of applause to all our exhibitors in this class.
Well, this is a tremendously deep class, and it's close at the top for us, but we're winning this class with an extremely long frame, pretty heifer, tremendous openness, cleanliness all the way through. She just gives the advantage of being a little cleaner up to her head and her neck, a little cleaner at the point of her shoulder. She just moves just slightly nicer on her hind legs today. She's a little cleaner down through the bone in her hock. We just prefer how she moves on those hind legs, just slightly nicer than the beautiful heifer coming in second. Heifer in second, tremendously open frame, open chest, deep, wide-chested heifer. Heifer that's just a little cleaner up to her brisket today. She's carrying her top just a little nicer. We prefer her slope from hooks to pins just slightly above the beautiful open frame heifer in third. Heifer in third, a really, really pretty heifer. Tremendous sweep to her rib. Just like to change her from her hooks to her pins, the slope there just slightly to move her up in the class today. Heifer in third over the heifer in fourth. She's just got a little more mass to her midsection today. She's handled quite a bit nicer today than the heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, she was a bit of a problem for the young fella leading her. She's a beautiful heifer that I really admired, but it was just hard to get a great look at it, but a heifer that I think is going to do a little better here as the year goes on. I actually prefer how she moves just a little nicer on her hind legs today. We just carries the middle of her top just a little nicer than the beautiful silky hided heifer coming out in death. Congratulations.
So yeah, Julie would be, they definitely take a picture of every. So just use your charm on her.
And she does put up like a collage, and I think Andrew does too. At the end
I think
of the day.
so. Julie,
Well,
I'm coming here first. This lady right here.
If anyone is from Sunderland Co-op, could you please make your way to the presentation area, Sunderland Co-op, to the presentation area.
He was happy.
They're all on Cosmo's website, the Ontario Summer page, or you can go on, and then you just like click through all of them. There should be a picture of every number. Yep, and then go down. Keep going. Keep going. So, and then just find your class, and then just scroll through.
There will be placings on the given on the entire class. We now have our spring yearlings coming into the ring, and we'll attempt to provide you with some feedback on them.
For those of you marking your program, we'll start at the top for our class 4 summer yearlings. 129 was 14th, 130 was 9th, but 5th for East End for Kyle Meek. 131 was 5th, 3rd 4-H and 3rd for East End for Shayla Beckett, handing direct Ellie. 132 was our class winner, Echo Glen Master Arena, exhibited by Lily Beckett for 4-H and East Gen and owned by Beckbridge Holsteins. 133 was 16th. 134 was 19th and 9th for East Gen for Lane Lucker. 135 was 11th. 136 was 20th and 7th for East Gen for Connor Walker. 137 was 15th. 138 was 4th, first bred and owned, and 2nd 4-H, shown by Ben Clark. Also second for East Gen. 139 was 25th. 140 was 7th. 141 was 23rd. 142 was 13 and 6 for East Gen for Ryland Beacon. 144 was 22nd. 145 was 17th. 146 was 3rd. Exhibited by Storybook Holstein, by John L. Perch, Boston. 147 was 12th. 148 is a scratch. 149 was 26th and 10th for East Gen for Grace Elchuk. 150 was 6th and 4th for East Gen for Grant Harkey. 151 was 18th. 152 was 10th and first red and white for Ronald Granley, London Alpha with a red.
And now,
153 was our second place animal
would be
in the class,
inappropriate
Echo Blend Master Barista, exhibited by Vector Holsteins, Quality Holsteins. 154 was 8th, and 155 was 21st
could
in
tell
our
you an
second red and
expression
white
that
in class,
Greg called
and
Grant
for
Butcher,
East Gen,
who used to
8th
farm
place.
their jerseys out near Princeton.
Entering the ring at this time,
But
we do
we
have
have
our
to
spring
turn the
yearling
mic off.
class. This class is sponsored by McLaren Works.
His granddaughter
Once
still
again,
has
these
it.
have each 10 sponsored by Best Friend and Home, and our ribbons by Ringside Ribbons of TD Canada Trust.
Okay.
Well, we're going to attempt to give you the rundown of this group of heifers. There's not as many in this class, but we have great quality in this class. The first one in the ring is from Maple Keys, and she is bred by West Coast out in BC, and she is a Hamming Salute. The second one in the ring is owned by Harry Franken and Freedom Farms and Mobile Holsteins, and her prefix is Lorneva, and she's Lorneva Master Paradise. She's a master daughter. The next one is a multiple group of breeders: Faro Holsteins, Joel Phoenix, Jordan Phoenix, and Weirhurst Holsteins, and she's Ty Finley's 4-H calf. And she is a Robella Major daughter. Number 160 is Beebrook Farms and Kaysen Farms, Sarah Campbell's 4-H calf. It's Silway, Camden, Alaska. She's by Crater Camden. 161 is Cedar Patch Holsteins, and that's Hunter Maisonneuve. That's a French name, Maisonneuve. Cedar Patch stars Callie, and she's a Seymour Star daughter. Number 162 is owned by Kawartha Holsteins and Vintage Land and Cattle. Liam Bullock's 4-H calf, and she is Vintage Kawartha RS Alanis, and she's a Stanton's Right Stuff. 163 is Butler View and Clark Valley Holstein entry, and that's Butler View Alpha Love. She's red, and she's by Blondin Alpha. 164 is Lodamead Farms Limited, Lodamead Eye Candy Lulu. She's an Eye Candy daughter. 165 is from Clark Valley, Marflo Acres Major Merino, and that is a Robella Major daughter. 166 is from Besley Farms, Besley Eye Candy Crawford, and she is an Eye Candy daughter. 161 is from Enright, and she is called Cozy Country Loyal Chrissy, and she's a Comstar Loyal daughter. 168 is from Carl Phoenix and family and McCallum Holsteins, and that's Weston Phoenix's 4-H calf, Harvest Acre Make It Rain, and she's a Golden Oaks master. 169 is Carl Phoenix and family and Kawartha Holsteins owner, and this is Carson Phoenix's 4-H calf, and that is Trent Valley SK Abba, and she is a sidekick daughter. Following her is 170, and she is owned by Ronald Grandy, Grand Run Master Attraction, and she is a Golden Oaks Master. 171 is Woodhill Holsteins owned, and her prefix is Joran Fuel Caprica, and she's a Malari Fuel. 172 is from Echo Glen Farm, and this is Echo Glen Master Eloise, and she is a master daughter. 173 is Marca A Valley Farms owned. Clinton O'Donnell is a 4-H leader or 4-H participant, and she is a Blondin Legend daughter. And to round out the class is 201 from Clark Valley Holsteins, from Butler View Major Legend, and this is a Robella Major daughter. So we have a really nice class of junior yearlings here, and doesn't get any easier for Adam.
No, he's not getting any breaks today, but that's okay. He and Graham are up for the game.
Our representative here, if they could make their way to the presentation area.
Excuse me.
We have a representative from Clarence. They can make their way to the presentation area. For those asking the order of the champion, there is a change from the book. We have 4-H champion first, then junior champion red and white, then junior champion, and the show will end with the Eastern champion.
Oh. Yeah, then they can be in our lap. Woodhill Holsteins. Yes. 171.
Correction, we will follow the book. Junior champion red and white first, then junior champion, champion 4-H cap, then East Gen champion.
We're just doing some research on behalf of the general public here, well, the viewing public, about ownership on an animal, so keep the questions coming. Winter yearlings. Herd. Mm-hmm. Sorry. We have one individual class after this one. Winter yearlings. There are no dry senior yearlings being shown here. And then we get into the group classes, the breeders, junior breeders herd. And there'll be various champions, the 4-H champion, the East Gen Challenge champion, the actual junior champion of the Open Show. And I have found 2 heifers that appeal to me greatly. We'll see if there's much validity to that. I also saw a very fun thing at a show once. There was a particular breed of cattle who were having their first ever national show in a country where the breed was being developed. And they started with their milking classes first. So they had a class of 9 or 10 milking yearlings. And the quality of these animals was very different from the quality that we're seeing here today. And there was a guy judging who did some judging, and he knew what a good cow was, but he really hadn't done a lot of judging. And it took an extraordinary length of time for him to come up with the class winner. In fact, we were all having a good time being outside the ring because we weren't in the middle of it, and enjoyed his dilemma. And it was kind of like finding, to be blunt, the best of the worst. And we think he probably did in the final analysis, but on the other hand, we just questioned whether it really mattered. You know, the show thankfully became much better later on, but it just happened that these milking yearlings were. So that's another side of judging. I mean, you can be deciding, splitting hairs between really exceptional animals, or trying to, you know, evaluate and be positive about animals of a very different quality level. Have you ever had anything like that experience, Dan?
I have. The challenge is when you're in a foreign country and this happens, you can't use the rule of thumb that I would usually rule. Look at them quick and get them out quick. That way nobody's there deliberating and second guessing how you're looking at them. You know, you have to make, when you're asked to be an international judge in an international country, you have to be very careful that you know what's expected of you in those situations, and you have to make it so that, you know, it's important for them. But it's very difficult to try and analyze cattle that don't meet what you're looking for.
The real standards of where the breed wants to go, you know.
And to have that happen in the first part of the show, that's really tough.
Mm-hmm. Another interesting experience is when you get an exhibitor who is really quite dominant in a show and, you know, wins a vast majority of the classes or wins every class in which they're an exhibitor. You can't let yourself think about that or get involved in it, but it can happen as well. You know, they have the right people fitting the cows. They have the right cows to begin with, you know, that are really good.
I've even run into the situation where the ring person, being a local person that understands the importance to some of these breeders of placing well, will make strong suggestions how the judge should place them. That way, when that happens, you automatically don't understand any language. You just place them.
Good policy. Yeah. What is helpful is if nobody is going to argue with it and they realize they really are superior animals and they're just saying, well, good job. Yeah. It was pretty obvious, but you still did it. Yeah. So I think we're getting reasonably close to some pulls being made. I'm now up to 4 different animals that I've got circles around, so we'll see.
What's next? Is it championship?
No, breeders, winter yearlings.
So what about the junior champion 4-H? And
Uh,
oh, they are.
yeah, yeah.
So when the heifers are done, then they do junior herd, and then they go all the championship at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
It's our pleasure. My. Hmm. We've just been asked some legitimate questions here. Some of us live in a world where we are, and Carson Phoenix is on his way in there. And Julie Anderson. Weston Phoenix, I think. So in any event, with my whining here, there are some of us who live in a world where we have this invisible sign that says information desk over our heads. I seem to find I'm asked a lot of questions that if somebody knew how to use Google, they could answer them, because that's how I answer them. Pete Leach has been brought in, and I'm not sure whether that's a budge-on animal or a Butler view, sorry. There's a passel of good heifers up at the front of that class. Peter Leach is, and then you have Steve Fraser, who's got a big black heifer, and then Carson Phoenix, and maybe that's Heather Wary, I think, too, right in that top group. You're getting a look now at there's actually a second line that's being formed. And you can see part of the first line. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one is okay. So we've got some movement going here. Who are some really good showmen that you remember, Dan, as you think back over the years? Without hurting too many feelings.
I guess one of the first ones that I just really, really appreciated the way that he showed animals was Lowell.
Yeah.
You know, he really had the ability to analyze the animals, show them to the best of their outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Mac Logan was another one.
Yes.
No,
Mr. Logan would be very, would not make a show out of himself. You know what I mean? He would be wanting the cow to be presented properly. But it wasn't about him at all.
Yeah.
I think I saw him show a cow once or twice.
Yeah. I mean, Peter, when he was on the move, he could get the best out of them too. Bertram.
Yes. There we go.
I mean, he was a master at a lot of, not only the cow part of it, but the bull part of it.
Yeah, 100%.
And Doug Brown, he used to be able to make them look amazing.
That's a great answer.
There's probably a lot that I'm forgetting, but actually Jimmy Walker could get. I'm going back, you know, we have some great show people right now, right? So
top end of the glass here. Peter Leach is first at the moment. 165 is from Clark Valley Holsteins. She's Marfo Acres Major Merino, Robella Major. 167 is from the Enrights and is Cozy Country Loyal Chrissy. I thought at first we were looking for a Freyland animal, but Steve Fraser is showing for others. Carson Phoenix is showing his 4-H calf, Trent Valley SK ABBA, owned by his family and Dave McMorrow of Kawartha Holsteins. You're absolutely correct. She was a tremendous calf, and she's certainly growing into a lovely spring yearling. I think we're going to get some reasons.
Asking all of our 4-H competitors to please take 3 steps forward. 4-H competitors, 3 steps forward. Congratulations to our winner in our spring yearling class, ring number 165.
Yeah, because we've not got it.
Marflo Acres Major Merino, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins.
There's a comment
In second,
from
we
Val
have ring number
Jones.
167, Cozy Country Loyal Chrissy, exhibited by Brian Joseph Enright. And in third, we have ring number 169, Trent Valley SK ABBA, exhibited by Carl Phoenix and
Well
family
said.
for the Holsteins, and shown by Carson Phoenix, our first 4-H'er and our first East Gen. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. Now to Judge Hodgins for his reasons on this spring yearling class.
This is an outstanding class of spring yearlings, and we thought that after the first couple, you could do it a lot of different ways. But for us, these first two heifers, they came to the top quite handily. And the first place heifer, she's such a long frame, pretty open rib heifer with lots of depth and more rib, tremendous angle to her rib. She just got slightly more breed character up and through her head and neck. She's a little silkier up and through that neck and point of her shoulder today. Beautiful black heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second. I just love the mobility of this heifer. She moves so well. And I do prefer the heifer in second when her hind legs. She's on this heifer in second. I really admire her. And she carries her top just slightly nicer today. Keeps that tail head tucked down in between her pins today. Keeps her curls up underneath there just a little nicer than the beautiful long open frame heifer coming out third. Heifer in third. She's a beautiful heifer that really grabs your attention from the ring. You just like to tuck that tail head down in between her pins today to move her up in the class. She uses that airiness, silkiness to her high femininity up into her head and neck region to go over her big open frame heifer coming out in fourth. Heifer in fourth, just a little more overall mass to her today, a little more drop to that midsection, a little wider through that chest as this beautiful red heifer coming out in fifth. I really admire the heifer, the red heifer in fifth. She's a clean, open, angular dairy heifer, beautiful legged heifer. So congratulations.
Congratulations to all our participants in our spring yearling class. This class was sponsored by McLaren Works. If there's a representative from McLaren Works to make their way to the presentation area. For those of you marking your program, 156 was 9th, 157 is a scratch, 158 is 8th, 159 was 10th, and for East Gen, third place for Ty Finley. 160 was 15th, 161 was 13th, and for Hunter Mason, fourth for East Gen. 162 was 16th, and 6th place for Liam Bullock for East Gen. 163 was 5th. 164 was 4th, and our best bred-and-owned Lodamead Eye Candy Lulu, exhibited by Lodamead Farms and bred-and-owned. 165 was our class winner, Marfo Acres Major Rubino, owned by Clark Valley Holsteins. 166 is a scratch. 167 was second, Cozy Country Loyal Chrissy, shown by Brian Joseph Enright. 168 was 6th, and that's second for Weston Phoenix, with Harvest Acres Making It Rain for East Gen. It's also our second 4-H in the class. 169 was 3rd, and also first 4-H first East Gen for Carson Phoenix with Trent Valley SKF. 170 was 12th, 171 was 17th, 172 was 7th, 173 was 14th, and 291 was 11th. And with 173, that was Clinton O'Donnell for East Gen, and he placed 5th in the East Gen Challenge. Entering the ring at this time, we do have our winter yearlings. This is sponsored by Campbellford Farm Supply.
Okay, Russell, I think we're going to carry on with get this group. I think the first one in the ring is 174, owned by High Point. The second one in is from Isaac Foltz in New York, and she is a master. The first one's on the long side. 176 is from Langlands, and she is also a master. 177 is from Ronald Grandy, and she, I think, was shown last year. She's from Petitclerc, and she's Jerry Lewis.
She might have won a class somewhere. That Jerry Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 178 is Radomir Holsteins from Elmvale, and they have a bullseye daughter. And 180 is from Butlerview, Clark Valley, Kevin Dobriner and Pat Conroy. That's quite a lineup of owners.
Roll call of the Saints, some might say. But,
And she's Jacob's Bruin daughter. 181 is from Beckenridge and Quality Holsteins, and that is Weekstill Happy Hour. She's from Freyden, sired by Freyden Miles Red. 182 is coming into the ring right now from Enrights and Veltoises, and she is an eye candy daughter. 183 coming in is Camp Hulu Abolish Red. Greg McLean on the halter.
I think Jeff Stevens.
Jeff Stevens?
Yeah,
God.
over there.
And then 288. Is there a 288 coming in?
Maybe. Possibly. Maybe not. Unless it's a very late entry.
But a beautiful class of heifers as they enter the ring.
They've got the wow factor this much.
Just a reminder, if you haven't had your ice cream yet today, you should be supporting the Court the Lakes 4-H Club. They're selling ice cream at the far end. Go and get some to get you through all these champion classes. Ice cream at the far end, and you're supporting the 4-H Club.
That's that one with the 4 different owners. That 180 has just arrived. Ah,
Well, we've introduced her.
yes. She's quite something. There's a bunch of good ones in here.
They change the people in there all the time. I hope they do. I mean, two years ago.
This is one of the smaller classes of the day, but the quality is certainly completely superb. And we're going to swing this around and get you a look at what you're seeing here right now. There's an extraordinary bunch of animals in the ring from start to finish. Animals that have established a reputation for themselves last year. as December calves, winter calves. Hmm. It's a little hard to pick a favorite here, and maybe that's not our job anyway. But there are heifers who are at different stages of development because some of them are going to be 2 years old in December. So we would assume that most of them are bred and along in pregnancy as well, which puts them in a different status than last year. Really nice to see the Foltz family from New York here with some animals.
Program from the last class, 163 was our first red and white.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of the Foltz family, we've got Isaac Foltz right in front of the camera right now. Very enthusiastic young man, and he is showing Lodamead Master 4 Bells, a heifer who made a name for herself last year and is now living in North Collins, New York. Photographers have taken their pictures of all the animals in the class. There's 10, I believe it is in here. This heifer coming at you is the Weeksdale Happy Hour heifer. Beckridge and Quality Holsteins have had a lovely day here today. They had the first and second in the summer yearling class. We're just sorting out who is leading this class. Provisionally, I believe it's the animal led by Peter Leach. Well, So in a second, you're going to be able to see all the animals in this lineup. They're just getting the last few in place. Really nice heifers, well down in this class as well. And probably an outstanding class winner. The that is a really special animal at the top of this class, and I believe that's that Butler View Glitter Girl, who has changed hands, obviously. Well, still owned partially by Butler View, so she could be in the running for Best Bred and Owned. Clark Valley, Kevin Dobriner, and Pat Conroy. And she is holding on to her lead in this class as well. The Enright animal that Erica is leading will be second, it appears. At the moment, she's an eye candy. Glitter Girl is a Jacob Bruns. Then there's been a slight change in that Petitclerc, Jerry Adine, has been moved up to third, and the Weeksdale Happy Hour is now fourth. So here's the heifers coming at you. We've got Doug Green, our devoted ringman. And then that Glitter Girl. Heifers are really well behaved, and now I've got to be careful saying that. We don't want to start a rodeo here. How are you doing? Good. You would never know from the way you're moving around what you're going through.
Because I'm moving it. Doesn't
Yeah,
hurt, is that-
yeah.
Yeah, this line's a little bit short.
Congratulations to our winner of our winter yearling class, ring number 180, Butler View Glitter Girl, owned by Butler View Farm, Clark Valley Holsteins, Kevin and Jay Dollinger, and Pat Conroy. This is also our first credit owned in the class. In second, we have ring number 182, Lucas Home, EC Tallahassee, owned by Brian Joseph Enright, Chinese Holsteins, and Beltais Holsteins. And in third, ring number 177, Petitclerc, Jerry, and Keaton, owned by Ronald Granby. Now to our judge for his reasons on this winter yearling class.
Another tremendous class of heifers. Two heifers for us that sort themselves to the top handily, but I think one heifer in particular that she just excels. A heifer with so much length from end to end. She's got so much width, dairy strength. She moves very, very free and comfortable. Just a beautiful heifer. She uses that width all the way through. She just handles her hind legs just a little nicer, prefer down in her foot region than really open brain dairy heifer coming in second. Heifer in second, she's another tremendous heifer. Really dairy refined heifer. She's just a little cleaner up and through her head and neck, a little more femininity in that head and neck, a little cleaner down through her bone than the powerful heifer coming out in third. Third place heifer over the fourth place heifer. Just a little more balance, a little more mass to her midsection, a little more depth of lower. Just a little more overall balance today. Heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth. Just carries her top a little nicer. Just prefer how she handles those hind legs over this nice square open brain heifer coming out in fifth. Congratulations.
And congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our winter yearling class, sponsored by Campbellford Farm Supply. For those of you marking your programs, 174 was 8, 175 was 7, 176 was 10th. 177 was 3rd. Heading 3rd, Jerry Aline by Ronald Grandy. 178 was 5th. 180 was our class winner, Butler View Glitter Girl, and our best friend and owned by Butler View Farm, Clark Valley, Kevin and Jay Dobringer, and Pat Conroy. 181 was 4th. 182 was 2nd. Christmas East Tallahassee, owned by Joseph Enright, Chinese Holstein, Holstein. 183 was 9th, and our first red white, and 288 was 6th.
I like to talk to him, but I don't always want to ask him.
Coming up next, we do have our junior herd. These are 3 animals, all bred by the exhibiter, at least one owned by the exhibitor.
But David says it's pretty lovely.
I said to him, you've actually got quite lucky because he just can't quite sort of level headed. I said, I remember what you were like. I said, you were causing your heart attacks every Friday night. And now you're okay.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, it was like, I said, your choice. I think she needs to go ahead. Which is the best thing to be, the best date or rolled into the I'm not sure. I sent Empress a randomly it's quite a hard body as well.
Yep, we got both ears. We're good.
Well, down to the base level.
These are the junior herds, and they're just being assembled now. We've got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably about 7, which is great.
I'm looking for a program. I think there'll be one in the box. Do you? Oh, that's good. Oh, I love it. That's what time it can see. So, yeah. been to a rodeo. I mean, it wasn't a rodeo. It was a bull riding. We had tickets to it. God, this was going to be our third year. And we were supposed to been in the past meeting. And you had three we're not going on the river cruise. Like I said, that's what we are like. If they did first place down that, and that's kind of stand there. If you want to be first, so.
So this is consultation time on these junior herds. There is a restriction here in this country that at least one of the animals be owned by the exhibitor. Okay, we're going to get some, we've got some action going on here. I think we have Butler View in first and Echo Glen in second from the look of things, as it appears right now. Yeah. It's a good widespread distribution here. We've got Lodemead in third and Winwrights in fourth, it appears.
Who's winning?
I think Butler View. Good news, Dan. After 5 o'clock, it's double time.
We're on the clock for 12 minutes, Russell.
Yeah, if they want to go longer, it's okay. I really think that should be reversed.
We are on time, are we?
Well, that's pretty nice. Seven herds.
Yeah.
And we're going to have placings here very shortly, I think. United Breeders. I certainly am. I was talking about Paul the Ultimate, having seen him in his pit at United Breeders back in the day. So I think we're going to get some reasons on this class. Looks like it.
Well, quite a large group of junior herds out here today, tremendous groups. Congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors of these groups. Should give them a round of applause. I think our group at first was a handy enough winner. They're just a very uniform group. They're just a little tighter through their tops. They're just a little cleaner down through the bone. Their neck just moved just slightly nicer than the really good group here coming out in second. Group in second, just a little more overall dairiness, a little cleaner up and through their heads and necks today than this powerful group coming in third group over the fourth group. Just slightly more uniformity to the group today, a little more maturity than this beautiful group coming out in fourth place group. Just a few of them just a little nicer up and through their heads and neck.
Lovely to hear from
tighter through their shoulders, drop areas today.
Tears to our eyes.
Lovely group coming out. Congratulations.
And a big congratulations to our 7 herds in our junior herd competition. It's sponsored by Peterborough and London Snagsby Holstein Clubs. Winning our class was Butler View Holsteins. In second, we had Echo Glen, and in third, Lodamead Holstein. So congratulations. For those of you marking your programs from the top, 184 is a scratch, 185 was second, 186 was third. The remaining entries on that page were scratches. We have an added entry of 295, Ballowstein was 6th. Over the page, 190 was 7th. 191 was our class winner, Butler View. 289 was 5th for Carnview, and 296 was an added entry for Winwright, Brittany, and Wright family, and they were 4th. So congratulations to all our exhibitors. So entry number next will be our junior champion, best bred and owned. This is sponsored by Basic Seeds, and Ryan and Wade Finley are our sponsors of our junior champion, best bred and owned.
Okay. Junior champion, best bred and owned.
First. Jack.
Perfect, thank you.
No. It's feeding goats. Well, somebody's got to do it. Yeah, they've assembled them from a few different places.
She's pretty.
She's got some get up and go to her. Yeah. Well, it's a meat animal right now, so I guess that would be part of it. But again, it's the timing thing. Like you've got to have kids ready to market them. The prices at the right level. They have a few purebreds.
Entering the ring at this time, we do have our best bred and owned. We have our first bred and owned from each of our previous classes. First in our spring heifer class, we have Winwright Major Erica. First in our winter heifer calf, we have ring number 70, Malik Ringtone Davina, owned by Pro Malik and Ponderosa Holsteins. In our fall heifer calf class, we have ring number 92, Donley Lambda Marielle, exhibited by Donald, shown by Carmen. In our summer yearling class, we have ring number 138, Ganron TS Boom Boom Pow, exhibited by Ronald Grandy, and shown by Ben Clark. In our spring yearling class, we have ring number 164, Load Me, Eye Candy Lulu, exhibited by Load Me Holsteins. And in our winter yearling class, Butler View Glitter Girls. Ring number 180, the winner of our winter yearling class. Let's give a big round of applause to our red animals. At the same time, we'd like to also announce our premier exhibitor as well as our premier breeder points. For junior premier exhibitor, this is sponsored by John Buckley and family. In third place, we have a Windbright with 19 points. In second place, Ron Grandy with 22 points. And in first place, Beckridge with 26 points. Congratulations to all our exhibitors.
Oh God, it's hard.
And for our junior premier breeder, this is sponsored by Jason Millen and Millen Farms. In third place, we have Windbright with 20 points. In second for junior premier breeder, Butler View with 21 points. And our winner of the banner for the junior premier breeder is Echo Glen with 26 points. Congratulations.
Sweet enough. Jeremy.
We now have our junior champion best friend and owned, and this is sponsored by Basic Seeds and Ryan and Wade.
And folks, to get you back tomorrow, we have moved Claire Swale's interview till tomorrow. So we think that's going to probably break the internet in terms of viewers. You're going to get some sleep tonight, Claire, so you can be sharp with all the questions. Always. I see Kyle Stockdale's come back, but he's still being coy with us.
Congratulations to the owners and the breeders of these heifers. I'm going to go out and select our junior champion, our red known junior champion, and we'll figure out what laws, and I'll give you my reasons to follow. I think we have a beautiful heifer. She won a strong class heifer that doesn't have a lot of holes. She moves extremely nice. She's very well balanced. A lot of wind all the way through. She's going to be our junior champion of our red belt. Congratulations.
And a big congratulations to our winner of the best bred and owned for our junior show, our winner of our winter yearling class, 180, Butler View Glitter Girl, shown by Butler View Farms, Clark Valley Holsteins, Kevin J. Gilbringer, and Pat Conroy. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Next. Red and whites. Next.
They have in like red and white, and then
We would now be welcoming our junior champion red and white. Champion in reserve and an honorable mention in this class, the champion rosette, sponsored by ST Genetics and Julie Anderson.
you got a good picture of it.
What more do we need?
The judge to stamp his approval.
Somebody should have made it. Oh. Somebody must have been doing something else altogether. This is
Archetype apple exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins, and our second place animal was Malik Ringtone Duodome, exhibited by Fern Malik and Ponderosa Holstein.
She likes her beef.
From our summer yearling
Janine, I think
class.
she likes her beef.
So these are the red and whites, folks, and they are the first in class animals. Well, potentially, I guess some second place animals here too. A lot of progress in the red and white portion of the breed den in the last couple of decades.
I think it's been quite evident, and you know, I don't want to put it all on one particular bloodline, but apples had a tremendous effect on through her sons, and right now we might be in a little bit of a lull in finding the next bull that people are using. Most of them are red factors, so that cuts out a little bit of the population. So. But in general, when you go to Madison or you go to the red show at the Royal Winter Fair, you're going to see animals that look tremendous. They can compete with the blacks, a lot of them.
Yes.
And not too long ago, we had an example of that with Maple.
Yes. Yep. Mic's on.
We've got a tremendous group of red heifers lined up here today. And I'm going to go out, I'm going to select your junior champion, your reserve junior champion, and honorable mention, and you can give it a big round of applause. I'll give you my reasonings afterwards.
Fair enough. But, build up of expectation here. Ah. Is he going to go down to the December calf or whatever? Oh, yeah, good.
You can tell.
Try.
I'll read a junior champion. I'm going to go with the spring yearling. I really admire the femininity of this heifer, the straight lines, how mobile she is, how balanced she is. She's just a little more balanced than our intermediate calf for me. She's a little more proportioned. She's just such a beautiful heifer. And I'm going to go with our intermediate calf. She's just a little more openness, a little wider up and through that chest today than the beautiful junior calf. But take nothing away from the junior calf. She's a beautiful calf. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Butler View Alpha Love Red. So Dan Brady's most beautiful day continues.
To our champion, red and white, ring number 163, Butler View Alpha Love Red, exhibited by Butler View and Clark Valley. In second place, we have our winter heifer, ring number 70, Malik Ringtone Demina, exhibited by Firm Malik and Ponderosa Holsteins. And our honorable mention is ring number 16, Willow Creek Genetics, exhibiting WCG Stars Live. Congratulations to our red and white champions, and thank you to our sponsor, ST Genetics. Coming up next, we do have our junior champion. This is sponsored by Parallel Genetics, reserve champion sponsored by CIBC, and won a cash award is donated by Hodgins Tires.
So those are the red and white champions, the Butler View Alpha Love Red.
In our top sires in our junior show, our top sire, or third place was Wandin Alpha, second place was Rebella Major, and our top sire is Oaks Masters. So in our junior show today for our sires.
So just announced that the Blondin Alpha was third place in the Premier Sire, Robella Major second, and Golden Oaks Master first and Premier Sire of the junior show today. We were already informed of that by Dan Brady, who was, even though he was out today, he somehow had it all figured out. Yeah. His people must be on their toes. Well, he was out somewhere today, though, he's telling us as well. Yeah. But he's arrived back and he's just having a great moment. So now we're ready for junior champion. I guess there's going to be a champion 4-H calf after that. And the East Gen Challenge East champion calf, which is kind of, yeah, as opposed to the Eastern Ontario East Gen Challenge and the East Gen Showcase in the Maritimes. Yeah. A lot of support for youth work there. So here they come.
For our junior champion parade, entering the ring first is our spring heifer class winner, Midnight Major Erica, ring number 3, followed by our second place animal, spring heifers, number 25, Cook Creek Crown Royal Bronx, exhibited by Clark Valley and Pierre Filet. Entering next are our winter heifer champions. Number 78 was our class winner, Extendale Master Maine, exhibited by Beckbridge Holsteins, and our second place animal was ring number 7, Malik Ringtone Demina, exhibited by Firm Malik and Ponderosa Holsteins. The winner in our fall heifer class is ring number 128, owned by KSS Holsteins. In second, we have ring number 112, Heavy Clerk Air Alaska, owned by Nate King, Carson, and Keith Phoenix. In our summer yearling class, our winner was Echo Glen Master Radio, exhibited by Heifers, Holsteins, and shown by Lily Beckett of Oregon. In second, we have ring number 153, Echo Glen Master Marissa, shown by Beckridge and Quality Holsteins. In our spring yearling class, our winner was ring number 165, Marlow Acres Major Merino, exhibited by Park Valley Holsteins. And our second place animal in our spring yearling class was ring number 167, Cozy Country Loyal Christine, shown by the Whitbrain, Runners and Rank family. The winner of our winter yearling class, ring number 180, Buckview Glitter Girls, owned by Buckview, Clark Valley Holsteins, Stephen J. Dobringer, and Pat Osler. And the final entry in our junior champion class, our second place winter yearling, ring number 182, Chris Holmes, Tallahassee, East Tallahassee. Owned by Heifers, technical fees and bonus. Congratulations to all of our champions in our junior champion class.
We've been asked to zip our lips on this one. We can have our own thoughts, but the show committee thought we were getting close to the line. I know what I'd do if I was judging. For $50, I will reveal that to anyone who wants to send an e-transfer immediately. What as the old saying goes, what do I know? So we've done a reveal of our votes off mic, and we'll see. Okay, we're going to get some picks for the final drive.
opportunity to thank our sponsors, Kirby Promotions, Validity Genetic Testing, Automobile Mutual Insurance, Canadian Livestock Photography, and Holstein, Ontario. We couldn't run this show without the generous sponsorship. For our junior champion, our sponsor is Parallel Genetics, CIBC, and London Sires.
Oh. Oh, interesting. So these folks are 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, 5, I guess it is, heifers, vying for 3 positions. We're just going to let you enjoy this view here of these heifers, folks, and you can fill out your own lists of where you think it's going to go.
It's been a tremendous heifer show. Graham and I have had a lot of fun out here analyzing these heifers, and I think we have 5 heifers pulled out that we're really happy with. I think these exhibitors deserve a round of applause. How these heifers are brought out. The breeders. Takes a lot of work. We have 5 heifers that really fit the mold of what we were looking for today. Heifers with balance, open frames, move well, femininity, hard tops. You got your winning senior calf, winning summer yearling, winning spring yearling, and then your pair of winter yearlings. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to go out. I'm going to select the junior champion, the reserve junior champion, and then honorable mention, and then we'll give some reasons. I think anyone can find this junior champion heifer. What a tremendous heifer that moves so precisely, heifer with so much weight, so much depth, so much balance. Such a great character. And then her second place winner, Yearling, she follows it behind her so nicely today. She uses that just openness to her bridge, just a little fuller through that midsection today, a little more spring to her midsection. She's moving just slightly more comfortable. She carries her tail head just down nicer in between those pins today than our winning spring yearling. But I think we have 3 heifers out here that look very, very similar. We're extremely happy with how these heifers sorted out. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our junior champions of our show today. Winning the junior champion banner is ring number 180, Butlerview Litter Girls, owned by Butlerview, Park Valley.
You covered after that. The best 3 red and whites that came in front of the grid. Champion reserve and honorable mention.
Our reserve.
So these are probably the best 3 black and whites.
Tallahassee, ring number 182, exhibited by Rice, Jackie Holstein, and Douglas. And our honorable mention was those of their materials or honorable
Back home, there's
mention
too many people that take out the shot. There's no
number
many shots themselves.
165,
And make us
Marco
twat.
Acres, Major Marino, shown by Clark.
Could be better just getting somebody in
Congratulations
who's
to all
good
our
at the job.
champions. Our next class is our Champion 4-H Calf class. This is sponsored by California Farm Supply, reserved by Kingsway Farms and Northumberland Holstein Club.
Well, Dan, just a couple of moments to left for today. Tomorrow, things start at 8 a.m. There's going to be alternating Jersey and Holstein classes tomorrow. So Richard Osborne and Adam and Graham will be getting periodic breaks. How you doing emotionally, Dan?
I'm holding up under the pressure here, Russell.
Good to know.
But we've been treated with an exceptional heifer show today.
Yes.
A lot of these animals people will see later on in the show campaign, both sides of the border.
Yes.
And Adam and Graham have done a great job today, this afternoon, and Richard did a great job this morning. So we've been treated with good judging and good cattle.
I'd say a master class in appropriate judging. And so now the 4-H championship before the East
Yes.
championship.
We have 2 more championships.
We have our 4-H championship for our Holstein show. First, we had for our spring heifers, ring number 35, shown by Nancy Howard, and then second, ring number 17, Chelsea Stevens. In our winter heifer class, our class winner. event 169, shown by Carson Phoenix, Trent Valley FK, and our second place animal was shown by ring number 168, Weston Phoenix, Hunt Stakes, Baker, Medium Range. So let's give a big congratulations to all our 4-H competitors in our Ontario Summer Show.
And there's a younger one that's particularly appealing. Once again, folks, we at the table here are doing undisclosed judging, which will be permanently off record. Yes, exactly. And we are close to the scene of the action, so we can do that well. Keep them. Oh, we can see what their comments have been here. I wasn't looking at this. Keep them rolling. The Clemens were excellent ambassadors for Canadian Holsteins. A lot of great comments about Graham as well, which is wonderful to see. Okay. So there's your grouping of the 4-H heifers. Were you a 4-H member, Dan?
I was a 4-H member for maybe 2 years. I started my career late.
Well, some are late bloomers too.
But I think I told you the story about my last 4-H calf. I don't know if you remember.
Maybe at the Royal you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you share it with us again?
Well, the person that got me interested in the 4-H program was Morris Jepson. And not coming from any kind of a dairy background at all, he was the one that took me to find my 4-H calf. And that first 4-H calf was a heifer by the name of Kathleen Candy.
Oh, yes.
And the day that we bought her, she was kind of a gangly looking heifer, but she wasn't too expensive, so that was what we went with. Ended up that one of the people that were organizing the sale told Morris that when we left the sale, we needed to go to the breeder's place because the mother of that particular calf was quite an outstanding individual, even though she was only scored good 78 points.
She had a name that started with C as well.
Another C. So when we got out to the end of Lansdowne, we either turn right to go to where we live near Kennington and Beaverton, or turn left and go down one concession and over about 300 meters. And I can still remember it as if it was yesterday. Morris said when we got to the stop sign, "I've been on too many wild goose chase and I'm not going." So we turned right and went home. 1 week later, a young gentleman by the name of Paul Eckstein identified the mother of the calf that we had purchased, bought her from Neil Cathcart for $1,800. And being a marketing magician that Paul was, on the way home, he sold her to Pete Heffring for $8,000.
Good margin.
Good margin, but the story was just unfolding. When she calved out, she won the 3-year-old class at the Royal, and her name in fame was Kathleen Countess. And that's the story. And 2 years later, after she calved, I was doing chores, and this big white Cadillac came up the driveway, came to the front door, came in. Paul came out of the car, and he says, "Young man, I'm going to do one of two things today." In Paul fashion, he says, "I'm either going to buy 1,000 doses of Chic, or I'm going to give you 55,000 for your cow." Not a word of a lie. And I said, "Well, I think I'll go get a halter, and you can take her." And that's how I got into the interest in the pedigree animals and whatnot. So that's my story. I think everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people have those stories when they're starting out in the business.
That was good. It was worth it. I think we're close to some kind of decision here.
For your champion 4-H calf, got 5 Heifers here lined up that all did quite well in their classes. Tremendous hardtop Heifers, great legged, open frame kind of Heifers we're looking for today. We're going to go out and select your champion 4-H calf, your reserve, and your honorable mention. Give some reasons to follow. We're going to go with your winning summer yearling for junior championship. Just shows a little more openness to that frame today, a little cleaner in her frame there. But take nothing away from the second prize of your calf here today. She's extremely long framed heifer. She moves extremely well. She just keeps that tail head tucked down a little nicer into her pin setting today than your spring yearling heifer. Beautiful spring yearling heifer, extremely feminine, open frame. Just like to tuck that tail head down a little better today. So congratulations.
So a big congratulations to our Ontario Summer Show champion 4-H calf, sponsored by Callahan Farm Supply. Going out to ring number 132, Echo Glen Master Arena, shown by Lily Beckett from York Region. Congratulations. In second place, our reserve champion, sponsored by Kingsway Farms. Ring number 112, Petty Clerk, Paris, Alaska, shown by Keaton Phoenix from West. And our honorable mention, ring number 169, Trent Valley SK ABBA, shown by Carson Phoenix, also from West. Congratulations to our champions.
Okay.
Coming up next, we do have our East Gens Challenge East Champion Calf. This will be the combination of our winners from the Jersey Show. We had our 2 Ayrshire competitors and the top 2 from East Gen from each of the Holstein classes. So lots of animals will be coming into the ring, and we'll try to keep it
It's his birthday today. It's 50 today.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep, you're a legend.
It's actually misspelled that. It should say leg end. Well done.
Thank you. Just square her up a little bit.
Well, it'll be, I hope. I still have about 60 people. You know, we don't want to be acute.
Our first place East Gen was exhibited by Rachel Chen Tamlin with Miracle Music Video Isabel.
You sure? Yep. I'll give you mine.
If someone needs it for that, I'll ask for it.
Yeah. All right. That's me.
So they will select
No. I think everything is all together.
Our second place was shown by Carly Works, Walkman Chocolate Chip Kinsey. And next, coming into the ring, we have our female senior calf representative, Anna Chekrowitsky, showing golden gold Ukrainia. So she was our winner of our female senior calf class. In second place, we had Emery Lewis with 3 Ridge Bowers time to Sean Kay. Next are our summer yearlings. Our winner for East Gen was Rapid Day Hollywood Magic, shown by Emma Colton. Followed by Lockman CC Trina, shown by Barbara Bartlett. And our jersey, the winner of our junior yearling class for East Gen was Gregory Victoria's Vidalia, shown by Briar Shepherd.
Sorry, I'm now getting it because just thinking these champions are all right.
In our Ayrshire Color Grades class, our class winner is shown by Harrison Probst, Glenn Robert Company, ring number 148. And in second, ring number 149, Glenn Robert Street, shown by Jackson Powell. So who was leading the Holsteins in? We have ring number 28, shown by Janelle Phoenix, the winner of our spring heifer calf class. Caroline Lambda LC. Our next spring heifer was shown by Samantha Spring. Kingsway Lambda Bow.
Graham started.
Okay.
For our winter heifer class,
Good point.
our winner was ring number 51, Dawnmare British Josie, shown by Paige Wary. And our second place animal was Granderly Master Sass, shown by Leah Hamilton. In our fall heifer class, our winner for East Gen was 127, Raymond Lady Glitter Sparkles, shown by Grace Beckett. And our second place animal was 126, Echo Blend Salute Elliott, shown by Sadie Buckley. In our summer yearling class, our winner of our East Gen Challenge was shown by Lily Beckett, Echo Blend Master Arena, ring number 132, followed by ring number 138, Anron T.S. Boo Powell, shown by Ben Clark. And our final two entries in our East Gen Challenge, ring number 169 was the winner of our spring yearling East Gen class, Trent Valley SK Ava, shown by Carson Phoenix, followed by ring number 168, Harvest Acres, Make It Rain, West of Phoenix. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our 4-H and East Gen competitors. Just a reminder, before you head home for the end of the day, there is ice cream still available from the 4-Hers. Make sure you get some ice cream. And for all of the East Gen participants, we would like you to come back in your blue East Gen shirts for the award. So once you're done, those in the ring, you can put your caps back and then come back to the ring for the East Gen awards.
I got one quick. Hang on. Hold line watcher. Thank you.
Okay.
We also want to take an opportunity to welcome our judge back from our Jersey show earlier today. Richard Osborne from Hagersville, Ontario was the judge for the Jersey show, so he has joined Judge Adam Hodgins to make a decision on our champion for East Gen. I think this might be the first time we've ever had 2 judges for East Gen, so this is exciting. Well, 3 if you count Claire last night, so we're setting some new precedents here.
Bold and audacious.
This was a great Yorkshire show in England last week.
Was that the championship?
Yeah, I think that's either the championship or maybe.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was. It was a championship.
Seemingly, isn't that great?
Did a great show at Jersey.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I got that picture. That's as good a lineup of jerseys as I did at the Yorkshire show.
What other jobs have you got planned for your vacation, Graham? You've got our associate judge here, Graham Kirby.
Probably start with a couple of beers tonight.
Well, remember, you're still working tomorrow, so you've got to put a limit on it.
So we fly back on. We've been here a week. We fly back on Sunday, but my wife allowed me to come to this show. As long as instead of flying home, we fly to Lisbon in Portugal and have 5 days there.
Oh, wow. That sounds like...
So it's cost me a little bit to come here, but but so far it's been well worth it.
Well, you've done a great job, and we were telling you about all the online love that's been flowing.
I
here
can
as
see one
well.
from Malk Dyson there.
Yes.
He came with. He's been on a Kirby tour to Canada in November. A lot of people have. We'll be here again this November.
Excellent. Well, still hot over in Europe?
Yeah, it's been warmer than
the average.
than the average. Yeah. Not just as crazy as you guys with the wildfires. We probably missed. We got into Toronto maybe 3 or 4 days after the smog and the smoke had come across town, and but yeah, it sounds. See it on TV. It looks horrendous.
It's horrific. Yeah,
and it's a massive area.
It is, and there's and a lot of it is quite remote as well. It starts with lightning strikes.
Yeah.
But we've been told by our friends to the south we're all going to get our rakes out and clean up the mess.
It could be the only thing that Canada has sent to America that hasn't been taxed
yet.
There'll be a smoke tax coming from Mr. Trump.
So we've got some selections made here. We've got some really. This is boy. This is a mini preview of some of the action at the TD4H Classic. 4 heifers, is it? I think.
Oh my God, the wife knows I'm here.
Indeed. She has decided to go elsewhere today, has she?
The relatives in Toronto have a cottage on a lake near Perth.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, Perth is lovely. You must get in town, too, if you get a chance.
Yeah, I've been in town in trips up there in the past.
Go see that statue of the horse. Ian Miller and Gentle Ben.
Well, I'm heading up there tomorrow after the show.
Excellent. Well, it's so worth seeing. It is one of the most amazing sculptures you will ever see.
Is that in Perth?
Yes.
So,
yeah. Right in the park. Yeah. Right in the. There's a beautiful park in Perth, and this statue. See, Ian Miller and his family own property. Yeah, they're based around Perth.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a beautiful, beautiful town. Lots of water, lots of green grass, old stone houses.
Sounds good.
And this sculpture is just
a lot of years back.
Yeah.
I'm going to say maybe 10, 15 years.
For the East Gen portion of the show here, Richard and I have pulled out 4 heifers that we believe really match in very well together. I'm going to go out, I'm going to select your junior champion, your reserve junior champion, and honorable mention, and give a round of applause. We'll give you the reasons.
Yeah.
The 3 heifers that match in very well together. Long framed heifers, open framed heifers. Maybe go with summer yearling for junior champion, reserve being the spring yearling, and honorable mention being the second prize spring yearling. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
A big congratulations to our East Gen Challenge champion calf, 132 Echo Glen Master Arena, shown by Lily Beckett from York Region. Our reserve, running number 169, Trent Valley SKF, shown by Carson Phoenix from Durham West. And our honorable mention, Harvest Acre Make It Rain, ring number 168, shown by Weston Phoenix of Durham West. Congratulations to all our East Gen participants. We'll welcome you all back to the ring in your blue shirts once you've returned your hats.
Okay, everybody, remember, get some sleep. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're back. Thank you for watching. It's been astounding, the numbers we've seen today.
Let's give a big congratulations.